Hello, this is stream number 91. I'm going to continue the work I started yesterday. I've been implementing the raft consensus algorithm, and I am adding in the log entries, which are pretty crucial in order to actually have the algorithm work in so far as replication of server state. So up until now, I've had the raft implementation complete enough to elect leaders for our server cluster, but not complete enough to actually have state changes. State changes are recorded through a sequence of commands to change state, and those commands are recorded in a log, which has sequential entries. And I call it a journal in my game, but the algorithm, it's called a log, journal, same thing. So we started this work yesterday to add the log to the raft. Ha ha ha. And we're going to continue today. So some reference, in case this is the first video of mine you've seen, perhaps you're seeing this on YouTube. I'm working on a game called Omni-Arena. It's not yet playable, but we're trying to get there. It's a multiplayer game, which means I need to have a server as well as clients. The theme of the game is going to be reminiscent of old games like Ultima 5, because I really enjoyed those as a kid. And also because the graphics are not that advanced, I can actually get something running without hiring an artist or getting better at art myself. And the goal would be to get something minimal up and running and then start to add lots of things you can do in the game. Personally, I am looking forward to embedding secrets and puzzles in the game, but I know that other people might want to play a game to level up, increase their fortune, defeat powerful enemies, and maybe even do some sandbox crafting in their own zone, stuff like that, so I want to put that in too. So, since it's multiplayer, we need to have a server. Hey there, KHPS official, Merry Christmas, yes. Since I want it to be online, multiplayer, and I want it to be able to continue running even if I am upgrading the code, or if a server crashes, I need to have many servers, and need to run an algorithm to keep the game running. So the architecture looks like this. This is what I call a server cluster. Each of these runs a complete copy of the game. They talk to each other and they make sure one of them is selected as the leader. The leader is the one server that is in charge of rubber stamping changes to the game. So any server can come up with a request to change the game, but only the leader can apply it. The leader decides what to make changes to the game and then distributes those. It's called replication of the state changes throughout the rest of the cluster. So the servers are talking to each other through WebSockets. I'm also using WebSockets to talk between server and client. The client's going to be running JavaScript in a web browser so that you can play it on your PC or your phone, or basically anything that supports a web browser. And on the other side is a small server called Orchestrator, which I use to start up the cluster, to perform maintenance on it, that kind of thing. So the raft algorithm is used to get these servers to elect a leader and to get their state to be consistent. And we, like I said before, we have enough of the raft algorithm implemented that a leader is selected. So I can illustrate that here. If I can just serve the cluster, actually I have to be in the correct directory to do that. You can see the orchestrator launches the three servers in the configuration, and they select a leader. So the orchestrator doesn't do that. The servers themselves, through the algorithm, select a leader. If I were to then cause the leader to crash or turn it, stop it, the remaining two servers would pick one of the other to be the leader. So, like I said before, today we're going to continue the work started yesterday on adding logs. So yesterday, I replaced, there's a heartbeat message that the leader sends out to the followers to maintain leadership. And it's essentially the same as appending entries to the log with an empty set of log entries. So I kind of extended and renamed it heartbeat to be the more generic append entries message from the algorithm, and started adding the log to it. And if you want more details, there's the !raft command. I'll type that myself here. It should give you a link to raft.github.io. There's also a white paper and there's also a PhD thesis. which I use for the ultimate source of truth for the algorithm. Hey there, Raleigh Monkey. What is that emote there? Blood trail. Why is blood trail a picture of a nice looking distant cousin of SpongeBob SquarePants? You don't know? Anyway, so upgraded heartbeat to be append entries, and then we started keeping track of how many log entries are committed. So committed log entry means it's successfully been replicated to a majority of servers in the cluster. So only when entries are committed in that way can they be applied to the server state. Until then, they're like provisional. They shouldn't be used to fit any requirement of sequential changes to the state, because at any moment those provisional entries could be lost because those servers go down and then the rest of the cluster elects a new leader who doesn't have those entries, and then they use different entries instead. So it's a very special state for a log to be committed or not. So it's really important to understand that. That's going to be coming into play again today. So I kind of got through this yesterday, and this remained to be done here. So we haven't yet done the rolling back of log entries or the changes we need to make to the election process to incorporate the log. That's really important because we don't want a leader elected who has an incomplete log. We don't want to lose committed log entries, in other words. So these special rules in the algorithm prevent that from happening. Oh, and also, once the leader is elected, we need to have the leader make sure that all the followers are caught up. So if a follower is behind, we need to go back and figure out which log entries they're missing and transmit them. So yeah, plan for today. I went through yesterday, did some cleanup after the stream. I'm starting to get into this habit, which I kind of like. I like to do new development on stream and maybe refactoring, because some viewers like that. But there's other stuff like random bugs, random cleanup, that I don't think are as interesting to stream, so I've been doing that between streams, you know, when I'm not relaxing and doing other business. So I did find a bug that I was going to save to this morning to fix, which is that right now, if you get a vote response back saying from a follower saying, hey, I'm in a newer term than you, candidate, the candidate should cease to be a candidate. And actually, this should be follower, not leader. Should revert to be a follower and then update to match the term of the other follower. That's important because if you don't do that, your new leader could end up turning back the clock, so to speak, on the term. The term is sort of like a logical clock in the system. It increments whenever there's a leadership change. So if a server was down for a while and its term number is lower, it's older, and it comes back up, we don't want it to become leader until at least it's updated its term to match the majority of the cluster. So, in fact, it ended up being the maximum term of all servers. Let's say you had a majority of clusters come up in term 4, and there happened to be a term 5 server offline. Once you bring the term 5 server back online, the moment that it receives an append entries, it'll respond saying, no, I'm in term 5, and then whoever's the leader will say, oh, okay, I'm no longer the leader then, let's hold a new election. And you'll end up everyone going into term 6 as a result. I didn't really realize that until I kind of played with the algorithm's visualization yesterday. I should show that. We haven't seen that in a while. So if you go to that GitHub, that raft.github.io, and scroll down a bit, they have a little visualization here, and we can say once the server times out, it starts a new election and it becomes a leader. The leader is this thick circle around it. And let's say we stop one of these servers. Actually, let me stop this one, and I'll time this one out several times to advance his term number. I'll let him become the leader, right? And let's say we'll stop him. Actually, let's stop everyone. And we'll start this guy. He'll time out and he'll say, okay, let's try to do term 3. So this is the bug. The moment that we bring another server online, it should respond no and say, I'm in term 6. This guy should stop being a candidate and say, okay, we'll go back to 6. Then when either one times out, I'll have that one time out first, we go to 7. So that's not happening right now. It's sort of an edge case, but it's important to have these edge cases fixed. So you can see you can't actually get a leader until you have a majority of servers up, and they'll just keep incrementing the term number. So we have to actually resume a third one here. Well, when I do that, it'll get that third vote and it'll say, okay, I'm the leader now. Now we have a majority of servers in the cluster operational. And like you can imagine, when you start bringing these guys back up, the leader will be pinging them and they'll finally get back into the cluster and go to the correct term. Anyway, it's a very cool algorithm. Just need to fix bugs that in my implementation. And then after I fix that bug, I'm going to, I figured I'd work on the voting, updating the voting process first, and then go on to the append entries, which is probably most of the work today. Because we have to catch up followers, we need to replicate log entries, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, and after that, we'll work on committing entries, and then rollback at the end, and then retransmissions. Probably won't get to all this stuff. I've been averaging like getting half of my plan done, which I'm actually okay with because it means the second half of my plan becomes like a backup plan for the next day. All right, so I'm going to make a new test case to handle this bug where we have a candidate who is asking another server to vote for it, but it's in an old term. So actually, I'm going to start with copying a candidate. Wait a minute, I already have a test case to cover it. Huh. Let me see, maybe this test case is broken. Maybe that's the bug. I know there's a bug because the code doesn't actually do the right thing. So I was looking at this yesterday. On receive request vote response results. I was saying if the receiver of the vote request is in a newer term, it should not grant the vote. So it should go through this else. And we're just printing a message, but we're not updating our own term. So maybe there's something wrong with this unit test here. So this logic here to move the clock forward to maximum election timeout and then wait again, one loop, that I could probably summarize as becoming a candidate. I wonder if I should take that out now. I have some helpers like to become a follower, become a leader, but I don't have one for become candidate. Actually, let's add that. Why not? Become candidate for candidate ID, term. And we'll paste that code there. Actually, this clearing the messages might be a good idea to do here as well. All right. Right, so I'm going to move this term stuff down here as well. Actually, I don't need to set the candidate ID, do I? Because by default, the self instance number is 5. So I guess we could change that. Yeah, I don't feel like it. So here's the convenience function I'm going to use. We do -1 here because the moment that it starts a new election, it's going to increment the current term, so it'll increment it to term, which is what we want. Okay, so become candidate. Let me clear out some breakpoints I had from yesterday. Oh, where was that? Candidate, here it is. Should revert to follower on greater term, request vote received. Oh, I see. This is when a request vote is received, not a request vote results is received. That's why we don't have a test case to cover the bug. Let me clean this up though, since I have the opportunity. Make it a little bit more readable. So the arrangement here is we become a candidate and we do this stuff. So similar thing, right, for this other bug. Candidate should revert to follower when greater term request vote results recede. As in, so this first one is when a second candidate asks the first candidate to vote for it. This is where a follower responds to a request from the candidate to cast their vote. So we still become candidate. Oh, I wanted to have a default, didn't I? Term 1. We don't really care what the term is most of the time here. I do kind of want it to say, become a candidate. No, actually I should be explicit, 1. So that I can say request vote results comes in. And we'll say term 3. And we have to say a nay vote as well. Oh, actually, it's results, right? I don't think those are candidates like success or something. Vote granted, false. They're not going to vote for it if it's in the incorrect term. So this is saying the receiver of the vote request says, no, I'm in term 3, so you don't get my vote. Oh, candidate who's in term 1. So what should we expect? We should expect it to become a follower right away. So we don't really need to care about messages, do we? Because we can just look at the state and see that it's a follower again. And that it's in term 3 now, right? So we don't care about this. That should be sufficient. So this is step 1 in fixing a bug. I'm using test-driven development. So test-driven development, whenever you have a bug or a new requirement, you first code it up in a test and see that the test fails. So the test failing will illustrate that the bug is existing. So raft test draft tests. And there's the test failure. So it says it should have been a follower, and no, it still was a candidate. It should have been in term 3, but it stayed in term 1. So that's illustrating the bug. So now we have to fix the bug. So I think what should happen, it'll never grant the vote if it's in the incorrect term, but one reason it might not grant the vote is the term might not match. So let's do a check. If message details.term is greater than, where do we put it? Configuration, current term. And it's in our shared structure. Yeah. Then we need to revert to follower and update current term to this. Unless this one also causes a reversion. No, it doesn't. Yes. Let me make sure that I'm doing everything I need to do. I guess it doesn't really matter. So I could do the same order as before. I could update the term and then revert, or revert and then update. Doesn't really matter the order. Hey there, Hideo. I'm doing okay. I am better armed to deal with my cold today. I have some cough drops, and I am brewing up some throat coat tea. So I am good to go. We'll see how it goes. I am working on adding, like the title says, adding the log entries to the raft consensus algorithm implementation. Yeah, no coffee for me. Sorry, dude. I never really was a coffee drinker. I tried it out in college. I didn't really like the taste. Although, my wife's cousin makes a really great pot of tea. So I actually did have one at Thanksgiving. Okay, so yeah, so we fixed the bug. I'm gonna check that in right away. This is a bug fix. So server, fix bug in candidate from old term. We'll just say fix bug in election process. Electron. A candidate from an old term should revert to being a follower in a current term if once it receives a nay vote, indicating the term is newer than the candidates. Okay. I have a feeling I'm going to be going through these cough drops like a chain smoker. Okay, but if it prevents me from coughing, I love it. All right, so next. Changes to the request vote, right? So now that we have the log semi-integrated, if we add the last log term to the request vote, we can do there's a special term for this in the algorithm, but you need to deny the vote if the candidate's log is not up to date. So first things first, add last log term. Let me pull up actually the algorithm. All right. I like the thesis because it's like way more complete than the white paper. Right, so the request vote RPC call should have 4 things in it. I think right now we only have the 3. And that would be where? Here? Oh, that's another thing that I did. I should probably maybe go over what I did off stream. So I did a bunch of stuff. I added some move semantic add and insert to my JSON class, which is kind of nice. Sort of a optimization. And I removed a little bit of code that was sampling our timekeeper because we already had the time, so removed that. I had this question about that we might pile up announcements in our queue, no delegates are set, so I'm like, yeah, that'll probably happen, so I removed that. Hey there, Prop Elements 1. I looked into C-Line finally, after the 3rd time someone asked me to look into it. So it looks great. The only problem is it's C++ only, so it's sort of a showstopper for me because I'm also I kind of want the same IDE editor for all the languages I use. So I would need it to support Lua and JavaScript, so sort of a showstopper for me. But it looks great for C and C++. The green screen is a little messed up. Oh, it might be a little too aggressive. Let me dial it back a little bit. Hold on. I can dial it back without it getting... Okay. That looks good. There we go. I fixed it. WebStorm for JavaScript. Cool. But I would like the same thing for C++, so. Endless Zucker, how are you doing? So right, this is the major thing that I did yesterday, which you might notice if you compare yesterday's code to today's, is I had a dependency from one of my coordinator tests on the actual implementation of a raft message. So that was sort of a code smell to me, that raft message was too exposed. So what I did was I combined it with message impl. I basically said, well, it doesn't need to have its own class exposed. So I just made it an internal class called message. And then externally, the API from Raft is now just serialized messages or in strings. Their IDE suite is expensive, but they have dedicated IDEs for major languages. Oh, so they might have ID. They might have ID. They might have setups for Lua and JavaScript. If I can, that was okay with the cost. Yeah, the expensive part is also maybe a roadblock for me. Just run more Java, yes. So anyway, the message class is now sort of internal to Raft, and you won't see it outside, and the API is just going to be strings. So that's why you see message is now taking the place of message impl, and it's all internal to the source directory. It's not in the API at all. the API will have a string for messages now. So it's a bit simpler. It's probably how I should have done it before. All right, so I was looking here to see request vote, right? Has these three, but we need all four, so we're missing last log term. So let's make a test that requires us to have last log term. Okay, this is just to serialize it, so we can just require it to be serialized right away. That's the easiest way. Last log term. We just simply do that, so we need to have a term, and then it won't compile until I add it. How long have I been developing the game? Actually, that's a good question. Let me look. When did I start really doing the game? I guess it would have been right after my break, so end of November. So a month and a day I've been working on this game. Or really, exactly 1 month if you don't count this like little just talking stream. Before the end of November, it looks to be what, from July to the end of November or the end of October. Let's see, 8, 9, 10. So about 4 months I was streaming, developing a lot of the lower level components I'm planning to use in the game, like JSON reader writer, web server, web sockets. So I don't know if you count that as part of the game. So if you do, what did I say that was? 4 months plus 1 month. So it's either 1 month or 5 months, depending on how you tally the vote. So I was thinking earlier today how long it will take to actually get the game up and running. Probably something like 2 or 3 more months. And then maybe a total of 6 months. So 3 more months after that to get something that's has content in it. And then maybe 6 months after that, I'll know whether or not it's going to be successful. And then 2 more years, so 3 years total to actually complete the game if it's going to take off. So for me, there's a big financial thing that if this game doesn't take off, I got to go either get a job or do consulting, and so I won't be able to do this full time. Oh, now my camera filter is going the other way. So if it's too aggressive, I start to bleed away. If it's not aggressive enough, you start to get the screen in the background. I need to find the happy medium. How about right there? Well, it depends. If I have to do a lot of work, then I might have to stream less. Although when I had my last job, I was still doing 20 hours a week streaming, so it depends. But I really hope to make making a game has been sort of my wish for a long, long time. But like everyone knows who gets into indie game development, the chances of success are very low, especially if you're a one-man studio. So I recognize that. It's sort of just taking the opportunity to go for it. And I'm sure like others like Adam understand this. You go for it. If it doesn't work out, you have to have a backup plan, go back to work or do consulting or whatever. And, you can continue on in the background, but if you have to go back to work, something like making a game becomes now your secondary pursuit, and it tends, like when I had a job, the effort to make my own game was spanning decades. So I feel like if to actually make it successful, I have to focus on it now while I have the opportunity. All right, so we're gonna require it in both directions, right? So we'll put the last log term in here, and let's change the number a little bit, and we'll just expect that we get it back out. There's a holiday Santa emote? Nice. All these things I didn't know. All right, so to make this compile, we actually have to add this, right? We'll add it here. And it's a term number. Term numbers were integers. Yes, I think I decided only indices would be sizes because I kind of like to. It's just a pet. What is it? A habit of mine to make an index size t, but then IDs I decided in terms I decided to make integers. You like the way Thin Matrix did it. He published a video about his progress every week. I think he's really successful with his indie game. Cool. There are a lot of factors, though, that I've been finding out about to make an indie game successful. It's not enough to just do awesome as a developer. You also need to get it noticed, so you need to have good marketing and sometimes good luck, good timing, know your audience, all those different factors. So I kind of am going into it expecting to fail and be very pleasantly surprised if it doesn't fail. We also have a tree. I have a tree too. You can't see it in the background. If I turned off my filter, you would. Or I'd have to turn off the filter and remove the screen, but you'd see the tree behind me. Yeah, 2 years. That's what I've heard. Usually takes between 2 and 4 years to make a game as a small studio. Okay, let me copy the documentation for this. Okay, it's similar to index, it's just the term of it, so we'll copy from here. This is the term of the last entry that was appended to the candidate's log. Awesome. So we'll try that out. So it failed because we actually don't have it serialized, so it's missing. But it at least compiles. So I like to do this in steps. It might seem strange, but that's sort of what I like to do in TDD is add the test first, make it compile, but fail, then fix the code. So the test that I added was serializing, deserializing with this new last log term, so we actually need to add the code for it now. That would be here. So serialize is here. Last log term. If I really wanted to be pedantic, I would just do one test at a time. So now we're going to go from 2 failed tests to 1, hopefully. Yep. And then we do the deserialize to finish up. It probably looks silly to a lot of people that I made a test just to add 1 field and then basically 2 lines of code. But it's good to get into the habit of developing this way because I end up with a nice comprehensive test suite showing the requirements. Use editor, open editors visible 0. What does that do? Oops, cancel. Let's see what that does. You mean not showing that? Let me see what that does. I'm curious now. You're saying I can add Explorer dot open editors visible. Okay. Yeah, but I like seeing the open editors. Did it seem like I didn't like seeing those? That's useful to know though. I appreciate you telling me about that. Actually, the default was 9, right? What if I wanted more? Cool. Useful to know. Thank you. Triggers, huh? I was talking to another streamer who had a philosophical statement. I can't think of the word. But he said he didn't like the word triggered the way it's used recently. Made me think. Should I be using that word? I don't know. I think he was saying that triggered used to mean something a lot more serious, like mental health, but now people use it too casually. I don't know. I don't really care. Both sidebars on the left. You mean just do that? I can do that. Does that annoy people to have to see the tree gun? I thought that people might like to see that as like orientation about where I was. Because there, it jumps to there and you know where I am. But, I mean, I can also do that. Open it if I need to. But you really want me to use the whole... Let's see now, there's a whole area here I'm not using. I'm making full use of the screen real estate here. Uh-oh. We're gonna get into a battle about what people want to see. That's fine. You go to icons. You remove the icons too? Well, to each his own. Okay, next, right? We're going to use this last log term. Right, so I'm just thinking about what use cases we'll have. I'll tell you what kind of annoys me is that whenever I build, it opens up this window down here. I would like it to automatically fold, hide itself after a certain delay. Instead, I had to just memorize it's Control-J to close it, or open it. It bugs me that I have to keep closing it, though. I kind of would like it to auto-close after a certain period of time. Alright, so I'm gonna add a new test at the server level. Or do I need to modify an existing test? Actually, let me look and see. We're using a last log index. Oh, okay. No, we had a special test, so maybe we do want a special test for last log term. I think what we want to do is we're caching the last index, right? But we don't need to cache the last term. We can, whenever we need it, we can fetch it from the log. I'd like to see a video on the Google test setup. Couldn't find it. Oh, yeah, that's a good request. Let me put. I had a list here. Where'd I put it? Coding tip ideas. Do I have Google test on here? Maybe I'd have it somewhere else. Nope. Okay, that's a great suggestion. There you go, it's on the list. So my idea was to make short videos for different topics. Most of them would be like just coding tips, but setting up for Google test would be a nice little short video. Okay. I'm thinking request vote includes last term. Sort of goes next to this other one. Okay, but we can't just set the last index, can we? I think what we want to do is before we mobilize the log, we should initialize the log to have some entries in it. Okay, where did I put that mock log? Here it is. So it's got an entries, okay. Here we go, initialize last index. Here we go. So, right, we're going to put some entries in there. Right after we configure, but before we mobilize. So right here. I don't need to set that. So we're going to put some terms in there. About 3 and 7. Will your game be open source? A lot of the components will be. So if I collapse this, the actual game server here and other bits like Orchestrator are not going to be open source, at least at first, because I might make it into, might make money off of it. But all the components that you guys might find useful are open source. So the JSON, the web server, hash functions, signing with cryptography, all the AWS stuff, raft, all of that's open source already. You can get it now through my GitHub. It's all MIT license because I want it to be really reused by a lot of people, so I don't want the license to get in people's way. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the follow, Jay. No, not Jay. Oh, wow, you're awesome. Gadam, thank you for the bits. And thank you for the follow, J Doc. I'm saying J Doc, but it's D Jock. But yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for the follow and thanks so much for the bits. I will definitely move yours to the top of the list, Gadam, for that. In fact, might do that later today. I might put it on the list. See, is it called film? Film. A G-test setup video later today. I'll do that later today. Why not? And thanks for the follow, Shane Avellino. Oh, thanks for the... You don't have to give me bits again. I'm already gonna do your video later today. Thank you again, though. Very, very kind of you. PogChamp indeed. That's right. If you include the hashtag charity at least until the end of the year, right? Then part of your donation goes to charity. So that's nice. I have to add subtitles as well now. Subtitles. I actually don't know how to do that. Yeah, the G-test stuff, I could probably roll it into just setting up an example project. I could even throw CMake in there. Yeah, I think I have an idea for how to do it. Actually, I could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. I could make it an intro to C, intro to Google Test, and intro to CMake all at the same time. Hey there, Kinkomatics. All right, so we're going to include the last term. So after we initialize a log with 2 entries, where the second one is term 7, we should expect 7 for when it requests a vote for last log term. There we go. Working on adding the logs. Yes, so part of the logs is the term number. So we're adding that right now. So it's not going to include it, right? All right. In fact, it's a very large negative number because I didn't initialize it because I'm stupid. And I collapsed where I was. There I go. I should probably initialize that. Wait a minute. It is initialized. Why is it a very large negative number then? Hold on a second. That, my friends, is my overlay when I have to mute because there's a loud noise, or in this case, someone wanted something from my desk, so. Okay, I did initialize it, so why is it coming up with a very large negative number? Might be, oh, hold on, what's happening? Ah! I like that overlay. Thank you for the sub, Gadam. Very much appreciate that. I can transform myself into a dog like this. It's very corny, but I like it. Okay, I'm not going to get concerned why that is not initialized to 0. It's probably because this ends up being in a union. And this is sort of a code smell, but I'm still on C++ 11. If I move to later versions of C++, I know I can replace this with a nicer thing. Okay, anyway, I'm not too concerned about that. Let's just implement it. So the problem is that the server, when it asks for a vote, it doesn't fill that field in. So it's on, what is it called? It's initial something. Send initial vote request, right? Here we go. So it's right here. We need to put it in. Last log term. So my idea is instead of caching it, we'll just ask our log. We have a log here. Log keeper. We'll ask it. We'll actually get an index from it. Shared last index dot term. There we go. We should probably only do that if it's not 0, right? I'll have a special test case for that. That's what I'll do. Yeah, just update C++ later. That's right. It'll be the subject of another video. Watch Raimu update to newer C++. Oh, we crashed. I bet it's because of the 0 problem. So let me think about this. We should just kind of make the log in the test more resilient. That's this mock log, right? So when it looks up, let's just say if index is 0, return a default log entry. And then I'll test case to make sure that the server doesn't actually ever request that index. I just don't want it to crash. It crashed again. Last index? That test worked before. Hold on, let me just run this. Debug. Raft. Let's remove the filter. Tell it to go. See it crash. Takes a bit longer to run when it's in the debugger. Do you have any knowledge about HTTPS traffic? I have a web server running with the SSL certificate. Made a PHP script which updates the database when I make a post request with some credentials. Consider whether the connection you make is secure. I know a bit about it. So if it's HTTPS, then the certificate exchange and the encryption layer is established first before the actual request goes over the wire. So as long as you don't put anything insecure in the target URL, because well, that might actually even be included in there. Yeah, okay, that might be safe too. The only thing that will end up being seen is the DNS lookups you make and the computer that you're connecting to, right? Because after it finds out what computer to make the request to through DNS and then through establishing a socket connection, the very next thing it does is start up the security layer, does the certificate exchange, starts the encryption, and then it should be safe. As long as your private key that goes along with your SSL certificate, as long as that's safe, you should make sure you keep that somewhere where no one can get to it. Does that make sense? Yeah, you should try yourself to look it up in Wireshark. What you'll see is just a bunch of encrypted traffic. The most you'll be able to get out of it is the initial certificate exchange. You'll see that in the Wireshark, but after that, it's basically indecipherable. Yeah, so it should be safe. That the TLS comes first, then the actual post comes second within the encrypted layer. Because I worked on that a bit ago. Is it here? Using certificates of TLS. Diving into TLS. So yeah, I worked on TLS back in September, and I figured out a bunch of this stuff. And like there's RFC 2818 covers how HTTPS works, so HTTP over TLS. And so you can kind of see the sequence of events and how it should be secure by the time the request is actually sent over the wire. All right. Yeah, well, I would definitely recommend looking at it in Wireshark and just put on the put on the hacker hat, so to speak, for a bit and try to see what you can see from your own Wireshark logs. You probably won't get very far, and so that it's pretty much secure. All right, we crashed, right? I was gonna see where. Don't need that watch. Close that. Okay, yeah. We fabricated an enormous term number in one of these tests. I think that we can't do that anymore. Where's the actual test, though? Oh, thanks for the follow. Eldon Helya. I hope I said your name close to accurate. Yes, this test. Yeah, we fabricated the last log index, but the mock log... Okay, yeah, so it's going to ask for that index. My check isn't complete enough. Not only do we have to check for if it's 0, we also want to check that it's not greater than the number of logs. So if it's equal to 0 or index is greater than or greater than? Greater than. Entries.size. Then return just a default entry. I just want to make sure that these tests don't completely crash. Cool, so it's working. But I do want to have a test case for when there is no log yet, because it shouldn't go to index 0. I'm going to do this. Is it a good idea to use lambda functions inside a function instead of creating another function? Well, a lambda function is creating a function. It's just creating an anonymous one. You have to be careful. Like, I create an lambda functions. Let's see if I can find some. I call them delegates a lot of the time because I use them as callbacks. Where would be a good place to find that? Actually, in something like the coordinator. Here we go. So, actually, an even better one would be, I made this the other day, to make an asynchronous connection. So this make connection returns a future and a callback, which is a lambda, so it's sort of returning a function. You got to be careful about what you capture, though, in the lambda. I got bitten more than once by putting something in the capture list which is either a local variable or is destroyed by the time that the function is called. So nowadays I only try to capture things that are shared, so shared pointers to things, or if I absolutely know that it will live longer than the function itself, then you're perfectly fine. You just have to remember that if you are sharing something, you probably need to have a mutex to make it thread safe. But either way, this could be a separate function. It's just then the shared context will have to be passed in explicitly. This is sort of shorthand for it creates an object which has this as a field. So you can think of it, this whole thing is a class with a single function, and anything you have in the capture list becomes a field or a member variable of that class. It's really just syntactic sugar for doing that. What's a shared pointer? A shared pointer is an object that has two things in it, a normal pointer and a reference count. And it's kind of like in other languages like C# or Java, where every time you make a copy of the shared pointer, you increment there's a shared reference count, and then so that the last reference to the shared pointer, every time you destroy a shared pointer, you decrement the reference count, and if the reference count goes to 0, then you call the deleter on the pointer. So make shared, and also the default constructor for shared pointer, the deleter is just delete. So this will do a new on that object, store it in the shared pointer, and make the reference count 1. And so this shared context has the two things in it. It has the pointer to a make connection shared context and a reference count that's 1. And then if we didn't pass it to this capture here, like if I just commented all this out, then when this function returns, this thing gets destroyed, which decrements the reference count of the shared pointer to 0, and it'll end up calling delete on that object. Since we put it in the capture, the reference count goes to 2, and then when we return it goes to 1, and then only when this function object is finally destroyed does the shared context pointer go to the reference can go to 0, and then it gets destroyed. It is pretty cool. It's very, like I said, it's very similar to other languages that use reference counted objects like C# and Java. They all kind of do that under the hood. I think Objective-C also has that. They call it ARC, I think, automatic reference counting. A lot of languages have that concept. But I use it a lot in order to avoid dangling pointers and memory leaks. I think some people consider those the same. I guess they are the same. You don't want dangling pointers. You don't want to delete something twice. There's a, do I have a command for it yet? I was going to make a command for RAII. No, I don't. Resource acquisition is initialization. I hope I got that right. That is sort of why you would want to use shared pointer. It's an programming idiom where you don't explicitly create and destroy. You create by making an object on, just declaring it, and it gets destroyed when it leaves scope. And so you don't do explicit news or deletes anymore. I guess I won't go into the details. Wikipedia gets very wordy about it, but you can read all about it. All right, so yeah, I hope this is a good example of where you would return a lambda from a function. If I didn't want to make a lambda, I would you'd either have to make this a function that's public or somehow return a pointer to that function. Either way, ultimately it's all the same. This is just a nicer way of doing it, I think. Cool. Yeah, my apologies if I get a little too wordy. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm still calibrating the amount of chit-chat, the amount of explanation that I need to do. One problem is I don't see you guys, the head nodding or the head shaking like this, if you understand, this if you don't. So I don't really know when to stop talking. Sometimes wordy's just fine. Great. All right. So yes, so I was working on this test, right? This is initialize last index with log entries, and let's have one without. It's sort of a corner case. Without. Oh, it's actually not the index that I wanted, is it? It was the term. So back. It was up here somewhere, right? Aha, here we go. Request vote includes last term with log, and then I'm going to have one without log. Without log. So we just simply remove these entries. We give it an empty log, and let's say that we expect a 0 term, because we don't know what term we're in. And is that sufficient? We should probably have a flag in the mock log. So let's do this. We'll expect false mock log invalid entry indexed. So we'll have like a detector in our mock up here. So we'll set it to false. But if we enter this, we'll set it to true. And that should be enough to force the test to fail, because we are looking up an invalid login entry index. Hey there, multiple pixels. I'm doing great. How are you doing? So yeah, we are accessing an invalid entry. We should not do that. And that is this code up here in initiate, in initial vote request, right? So we really shouldn't do this if this is 0. So let's put a conditional here. Only if it's greater than 0 do we look up the term. Otherwise, I think we can just leave it at the default, right? Which is 0. Oh no, there was it's because it's in a union. I don't think the defaults are actually working. We really should set it to 0. And I know I could use the tertiary operator here, but I don't like to. I think this is easier to read. Okay, it's still failing. What did I do wrong? That's why I set it to 0, I thought. Oh, I set the wrong one. I'm just dumb. It should be term. Yes. Sometimes I'm just dumb, but that's one of the things that the unit tests help me with. They help me catch when I'm being dumb. All right, so this check-in, okay, Git wants to run garbage collection. This check-in is adding last log term to all vote requests. Add last log term to vote requests. Okay, next. What's next on the list? Deny the vote if the log isn't as up to date as ours. Okay. Nice tab console back there. What is it? It's called conemu. I like it because I can quickly tab between them and it stays in a fixed location on the screen. And I can thank Adam13531, who's another streamer here on Twitch, who I saw using that and I thought that was really cool, so I started using it too. Will the game be free to play? I was thinking, yes, the game will be free to play, and if people enjoy it, what I might do to try to monetize it is what a lot of other free-to-play games do. They have just extra content that if you want that extra content, you might have to pay some, like, you know, $1 or something to unlock a new area. Pico transactions, yeah. I really don't like the idea of pay to win, but I also don't want like making everyone pay because that'll just kill the game. We'll see how it goes. I'm just thinking free to play at first to see if people like it. If people don't like it, then it'll always be free, and I'll probably just stop developing it. Cosmetics, yeah, that was something I had joked with my friends years ago. Is that if we could just make a game that all we have to do to make more money is just make the purple version of the sword, and then the red version, people just will eat it up. I just think that's evil, though. We would joke about that. Oh yeah, doesn't Adam have a video on Pico transactions? No, I really don't want. I don't like just changing the color of a piece of graphics and then making people pay for it. They do that in World of Warcraft, and I think it's stupid. No, I don't need the purple mount. I already have the gray one. Why do I need the purple one? You know. All right. What was next? All right, denying the vote. So that's in. Let's make a test case. We already have some for receiving votes, right? Repeat votes do not count. Okay, receive vote request greater term, lesser term, no vote pending, already voted for another. Okay, so let's make a copy of one of these. Right. Okay, so let's take this. Let's have receive vote request our log more up to date. When our log is up more up to date, so we should deny the vote in this case, right? So how do we do this? Okay, so it comes in, we'll be explicit about these things, right? The last log index, there's two cases, right? There was, if they have different term numbers, that's one case. The other one is they have the same term number, but one's greater index. So let's say when our log is greater term. So it really doesn't matter what the index is, right? If we just say the term is 1, and then we set our term to 2. So we do that by adding a log entry, right? I'm just looking for a code to copy. Here we go. We'll paste it here. So initially, let's set a term of 2. So we have an entry from term 2 in our log, and then they come in and say, well, our last log term is in term 1, so we should then deny the vote. So it'll be term, we're in term, we should initialize our own term, right? Configuration. Current term is 2. Actually, let's make sure they're in both terms. So this will be also term 2, but his last one is from term 1. Actually, that doesn't make sense, does it? If we're in term 2, he should try to be in term 3. So then we will say, yes, we were in term 2. False for vote granted. And do we want to include anything else? What did the algorithm say? It's just the term and the vote granted. Okay. So there's the test case. Right? Maybe I should get the other one out of the way too. It would be same term, greater index. Our log is same term, greater index. Okay, so that's easy. We just keep that, but put it in term 1. But we'll say, well, let's make 2 of them. Second entry. Term, yeah, 2 entries from term 1. This will be the last term was 1, but then the last index is also 1 instead of 2. That'll also be term 2, but false. So expect these 2 tests to fail right now, because it's going to give it the vote anyway, even though it shouldn't. Hey there, Farouk 141414. It's going well. How's it going with you? Or should I say Farouk 141,414? So there we go. The tests fail because we don't have the requirement met yet. Are we supposed to update to term 3? What does the rules say? Current. When do we update our current term though? Okay, so yeah, we should say, I had the term number wrong. Let's fix that. So when the candidate comes in for term 3, we should say, okay, yeah, we're in term 3 also now. So that's correct. You're also doing SO? C++ programming, cool. Typos, I understand. I make typos all the time. I don't mind typos as long as the meaning gets across. You're doing C++ programming. What are you working on? So here we go. Vote is being granted when it shouldn't. That's the essence of the next piece of work, right? So it's when we receive a vote. It's receive, vote, and we're not rejecting because we're in a greater term. It's where we are... Yeah, no, we're not rejecting it because we're in the... We already voted for someone else. So we need to add another condition here, right? So else if something, then we're going to reject the vote because our log is more up to date. Have I used IDA? No, I don't know what is IDA. What is IDA? Maybe I have and I just don't recognize it. I don't know what IDA is. There are lots of things IDA, so it's going to be hard to find out what it is. Or reverse for everything. So what do you mean by IDA? I don't think I've used it. Just beginner some OPP practice, trying to make a car class. Okay. Well, one thing I should tell you is that inheritance is dangerous. They teach it in school still, but it's in the real world, composition's better than inheritance. So just keep that in mind. Still learn inheritance, but remember that most real world cases discourage using inheritance. Although if you're inheriting an interface, that's a special case. I hope they're teaching you that if you're in school or if you're taking classes on it. Inheritance in general discouraged, but interface inheritance is special case, and that's actually where you do want it. And even multiple inheritance is fine as long as they're interfaces. Okay, so IDA is for reverse engineering. So if I were to search reverse engineering, interactive disassembler, is that what we're talking about? I think I've heard about this. Okay, there are no pictures. Yeah, I think I've heard about this in security training I took a long time ago. I'm not really into hacking and or analyzing exploits and stuff like that, so I know that there are tools out there like this, I just don't use them. Oh, I missed the comment about timeless debugging. Yeah. I think I've heard of it, but I don't know it myself. Okay, so I'm setting up a case where we're rejecting a vote for server, not because we already voted for him, but our log is more up to date. Do I want to actually print the numbers here? Our log at d/d, so we'll have term index term is more up to date than theirs at dd. I like to, in diagnostic messages, print out all the stuff. So we'll not have voted for. It'd be our log. So our log is shared last index and then shared log keeper index shared last index. Actually, let's cache these. So let's cache them. Last term. Let's cache both of them, actually. And then theirs, which is in the message details. Last log index. Last log term. There we go. So yeah, one of the reasons I use TDD is actually to reduce the amount of debugging I have to do. A lot of the time I can figure out the error because the test case narrows it down enough for me to just by inspection figure out where the problem is. Debugging is kind of like the fallback if I can't figure it out. And so I guess I would be an advocate for try to arrange it so I don't need a debugger rather than wanting to have more powerful debugging tools. That actually becomes important if you want to use VS Code because its debugger is not as feature filled as the Visual Studio debugger. Okay, I need to cache those, don't I? Let's cache them. Const auto last index is shared last index, and then if, well, hold on. Here I'll use the tertiary operator because I want to make a constant. So last term equals, and then here we'll have a tertiary, which I like to do this to make it more readable. Last index is equal to 0. If so, it's 0. Otherwise, it's shared ask the log keeper to index it and then get the term from it. There we go. So here's the logic. If one of these two things is true, that or that. One is where is it? Oh, I had it in my notes better. Greater term. So our term is greater than their term. The other one is if they are the same, but ours has a greater index. So two cases. Last term equals their last term, and our last index is greater than their index. If either of these is true, we reject it for that reason. There we go. You can go back in time and change something, go to a completely different path. Oh, that came up a couple streams ago. Someone was talking about having a debugger go in reverse. And I always thought it sounded cool, but I've never actually needed to do it myself. But if you could reverse the debugger, you can do exactly what you just said. Go back in time and change something, go down a completely different path. Okay. Interesting. So we're rejecting votes that we should have accepted before. Probably because stuff isn't set up right in these tests. So let me look at them in order. Probably because I didn't set up the actual, I didn't set things up. So let's set things up. All of these that actually don't have anything to do with those rules should at least prevent that rule from being triggered. So we'll do a last log. We'll just make the last log term 999. That should be enough, right? Voted for same. I just repeat it, right? And then when follower. Again. Just want to make sure that those rules aren't triggered for these cases where it's not relevant. The problem is that they're not being initialized to anything because request vote is a member of a union. So the usual code, what I usually rely on happening where it's 0 initialized isn't actually working. When leader. Okay, this one. Okay. After revert, yes. After revert, also irrelevant. So it's because I didn't set it up. Yes, okay. Should revert. Greater term, request vote received. Actually, the one I expected to... No, I did write that code. Actually, I'm going to take out those rules and make sure that it still passes now. So, or still fails like it should have failed before. So if I comment out this, it should make the newly added test cases fail, but everything else pass. Yes. So uncomment out, build again. Now we're properly rejecting in those specific cases. Cool. Let's check that in. All right, so actually I want to do this in 2 steps. All of these ones where I had to set the term to something sane, I'll check those in as a separate commit. So this is server tests. Fixed tests that didn't initialize last log term. Okay, now here's the relevant change for the new rules. Where did I learn C++? Coding journey, right? I have a write-up there, but it's mostly self-taught. I worked a lot of years at the last company, and I picked up a lot there. So, not completely self-taught. I had classes in high school and in college, but it was such a long time ago, it wasn't really so much C++, it was more, I think it was Pascal and algorithms and stuff like that. And so I had to translate some stuff I learned there into C++. Yeah. Mostly self-taught though. And that's one reason why I'm kind of behind. So you'll see me coding mostly in C++11. The rest of the world is now, what, on C++17 and moving to 20? So I'm a bit behind. Because the last company I was at, they didn't really care that you're using the latest languages. Most people, especially the managers, didn't even know programming at all. Or, they thought they knew how to develop code, but they were kind of stuck in the past. A lot of people were writing really old variants of C. And a lot of distrust for C++ in general, because they didn't really know it. And if they did, it was C++, what is it, 98? The before modern C++. So it kind of held me back because there was no one there really interested in learning the latest stuff. At least not in the group I was in. Right. So implement log up to date checking for before granting votes. Yes. Cool. So now you can only become a leader if all the other servers agree that your log is at least as up to date as theirs, if not more. So cool, we've done this. We can move on to the heavy stuff. Handling append entries results, especially when the follower is behind. So first step is have the leader track the next index and match index for each follower. So that goes back to this algorithm. That leaders must track the next index and match index for all followers. Basically to know what log entries each server needs next. So we got to track that. Where am I going to put this? Collapse all the stuff. I guess what we'll do is we'll initialize a leader with a bunch of entries in its log, and then we'll make sure that it first tries to replicate log entries to the follower starting from the index the follower started with. Well, it's assumed to be leader last index plus 1, but then it goes back, right, as we decline. So we decline the append entries, right? So we will return false if the entry at the previous log index isn't in our log. Log doesn't contain. It's hard for me to highlight just what I want here. So let's try to keep it simple. Well, let's break it up into different tests. So the first step will be leader tries leader initial append entries from, where does it say? Last log index plus 1. The last log index is the last log entry, so it'll be the next entry, right? Leader initial append entries from end of log. The follower behind is behind. Okay, so that's the idea, is that the follower is behind the leader. The leader will first try to append an entry from the end of its log. It'll fail. And then the next step will be that after failing, so leader append older entries. After discovering follower is behind. Right, and then I'll have to write test cases for the opposite. So when we are a follower, how do we respond to append entries, right? Depends on what's in our log. Okay, so first things first. Let's steal from a use case where we're sending out heartbeats, because that's sort of similar. Is this the one I want? Oh, no, that was a little bit elaborate. I don't want that one. I want something simpler. Harder to beat. I guess there isn't a simpler one, so we'll just have to start with this one and kind of cut it down a little bit. Okay. Okay, so become the leader. Set our... Okay, we can't just do that. We need to have a real log. A log that I recently touched that had log entries in it. Entries. Here we go. So before we become a leader, we'll put stuff in the log. Become leader of term 8. I'm not going to do this submitting this. And I don't think we need this, actually. Right, this little bit of magic math here is to ensure that the leader has actually sent out a heartbeat, initial heartbeat. So we want to wait for it to... Actually, I guess we can just... We don't have to do this. We can advance time until we get one. Actually, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Yeah, it's not that the Volero is behind. It's that it initially tries to append entries from the end, right? Right, so we only really just want one. I guess we can look at all of them. All of the log entries, if they're append entries, we're going to just check that the index is 2. For message, sent message dot append entries dot... Actually, here we don't have it yet. So we have leader commit. Come on, IntelliSense. We have leader commit and we have term. So we need to add... I wonder why they have leader ID, actually. So that they can redirect clients. The leader ID is already known because it's the sender ID, so we already know it. We won't have to include it in the message details. We have term, we have leader commit. So we don't have the entries and we don't have the previous log, index, and term. So actually, before I write this test, I really need to go back to message and add it there. I can code in what I expect there to be, though. So I expect there to be a previous log index. And then let's put the term in there. That's immediately preceding new ones. Right. The term, so the term is 7. You have to remember that in this algorithm, the first index is 1, just like in Lua. So 2 would be the index of this second entry. Even though you might, as a programmer, think that that index is 1 and then this one is 0, it's really 0 is reserved for meaning that you don't have any entries at all, and then 1 is the first entry, 2 is the second entry. So we'll expect those. We want to throw in the... Oh, no. Let's expect that there is a log, but that it's empty. How about we do that? So we expect true message sent dot message dot append entries dot we're trying to call it the same as what they do here, entries. entries empty. Okay, there we go. That's the essence of what I want to test here. That when the initial append entries are from the end of the log, saying that basically the previous one is 2, its term is 7, and there's nothing to add. It's basically a heartbeat. Excuse me. Time for another cough drop. Go away, cold. Okay, well, this won't compile until I have those defined, and yeah, we won't get to this test yet. First things first, let's define these, and to define them properly, I kind of want to have a test that checks for them. And that's in serialize append messages, right? Or how about heartbeat? Yeah, heartbeat. We expect those fields to exist. Previous log index. It could be anything, right? How about 2? And term. 7, 8. Doesn't matter. And then entries, right? Actually, here's where I know I can't put it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. It wasn't entries. I couldn't put a collection in a member of a union, so I ended up making it separate, and I called it log, didn't I? Right, and that already does exist. And the default is empty, and it shows up there. So we're just missing previous log index and term. Cool. I can deal with that. Previous log index and previous log term. And that is 2, and that's 7. And then deserialize, same thing. Let's take these out. Put them here, change the numbers a bit. How about 6 and 1? Why not? Log index and term 6 and 1. I should update these two. Entries with content, right? So these should probably match up with these, right? So we can't have a term greater than 7. The index doesn't really matter. This is fine. So I'll just copy from the other test. 2 and 7. Okay, and then deserialize. Let's make it 5, and then we'll make this 6 instead of 7. Previous log index, previous term. 5 and 6. Cool. To compile, we have to actually add those fields here. Index is a size t. Previous log index. And then the term is an int. Just trying to be consistent with my types. This is the index of the log entry that comes just before the entries included in this message. Included with this message. Alright, and then this is the term of the log entry that comes just before the entries included with this message. Great, so now it will compile. It should pass the serialization check, but not the other checks, right? Which test was that failed? Oh, the serialized, deserialized didn't pass. Oh, right. I did the test portion. I didn't actually do the code portion. Right. It's not being serialized because we didn't write the code yet. That's here. So here, append entries dot previous index. We're going to pull it from the JSON. This is the deserialize. Yes. in the term. Pull it also from the JSON, and then serialize is the opposite. JSON previous log index, and then term. Okay. Cool, so the serialization works, but these tests are now broken because they're not setting those previous numbers. I think these tests are broken. Actually, take that back. They're broken because the server doesn't actually set those fields at all. Oh, also the expected message is not right. So 1773, we need to fix that. This expected message is wrong. We should include the other information here. So previous log index would be when they append. So it should be 0. Should both be 0, right? Because if we became leader without any log messages, actually, why does it say 42? We shouldn't say that. We should, I need it to be consistent. So that needs to be less than or equal to the index. So 0, I guess. But hold on, let's just have an initial entry. Then we can say what term it's in. All right, and then we're appending two more entries. So we'll say this is committed entry, and we're not going to push it back. It goes in the mock log. Actually, we're going to push it back into the mock logs entries. Is what we're going to do. So before we became a leader, we have to say that. Then we tell the leader, by the way, consider it committed. This is sort of a backdoor just for testing, so that we can see that this should be 1 there, matching these, and then we're adding 2 more terms. Is it okay that they're all 1? Let's make it 3 instead, so that these should be, well, these can be anything we want. We can make them 2 and 3. 2 and 3. Good evening, Tuabud. How are you doing? So, the last index. Why does it say 0? Oh, it should be 1. It starts at 1 and then it goes to 3, right? We appended 2 entries, and then what we expect in the mock log, right, is starting from 1. Well, let me think about this. Entries is what we just added, and we're comparing, so it's -1. Seem to be only one of the regulars who are not slacking these days. Well, it's the holiday season, right? A lot of people are taking off time. I was slacking for Monday and Tuesday. I wasn't here. Let's see. Append entries received. Oh, this is just making sure they all got it, right? Yes. And that doesn't send it to itself. Okay, cool. What's that off time? Uh-oh, I have a address of a local variable used. How did that happen? Oh, because it's a reference. Oh, we can't do that, can we? Well, we can make a special one. let's make it static for out of range return value. We can just return it, then it's fine. Just need some kind of placeholder because we're returning a reference. Really, the unit under test should never go to it. That's why we mark it. Or some contrived cases we allow it anyway. Okay, what happened here? Oh right, I never updated those. Go to 1176, right? So it's this expected serialized message is not up to date. Right, so I did it for one of the tests and I need to do it for the others. Yeah, again, this contrived index is not right. Regular, okay, this doesn't matter, right? We don't even need to do this. It should start at 0. Really, this test is only concerned that it's sent regularly, so this expected message just needs to be the default if there's no log. Hopefully that fixes that and we'll be down to 2 tests failed. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Log of entry, previous 0. Oh, look, the previous term is wrong. Okay. Wait a minute. Is that because it's just not coded yet? Let me look. Right, and the default is the default, it could be garbage because it's in a union. Okay, yeah, those I actually do expect to fail. They all failing the same way? This one's failing for a different reason. Let me look at that. Oh, this, I know that's a test problem. There we go. We don't expect these to match. This one will have an extra one, so this plus 1. Because we added an initial one before it became leader. Just so it didn't start at 0. Okay, so it's all the previous log term and index aren't being filled in correctly. So that's because we haven't done it yet. So it's in the heartbeat stuff, right? Queue heartbeats to be sent. So we're just not setting the previous index shared last index, right? Oh, hold on. No, here's where we'll do the naive one first, which is that we'll just assume all of the servers values for this next index are the same, but then we have to track it for every server. So that becomes important when we are interpreting the response. I don't think we're doing anything on the response though. We're counting the number of responses. And we're seeing if we got a majority to respond, then we advance the commit index. So it's very naive. This will have to be overhauled. I guess we'll continue to use the naive implementation for now. So again, we have to do this special case, right? If it's 0, then this also needs to be 0. Special case, meaning we don't have any log. In the real world, we'll have log entries all the time. 99.999% of the time. And so we won't go into that if. We will be fetching it from our log keeper. Term. There we go. Passing all the tests now? Oh, we're still failing one. We expected a term 3 and we got a term 1. Hold on, this might need to be a +1, not a -1. $17.67. Right, so there's, yeah, it's +1. I got it backwards. Okay, what now? Okay, the expected messages aren't matching up. Leader commit 1, term 2, term 3, log entries, okay, those aren't being filled in, right? Oh, right, there's 2 places that we send out an append message, right? There's heartbeat, and there's also the append entries to be sent. And I was considering folding them together because they're very similar, but I decided not to because they're going to start differing in a bit. Silly cough comes and goes. Actually, I'm going to take a couple minutes break until my voice comes back, all right? I'll be back in a little bit. Sorry about that. I got throat coat tea today. Yeah. I think I like the ginger tea better. But not coffee. Alright, did I test this yet? No, I didn't build it. Somehow the muting made it look even worse, I'm sorry. I did not mean to make it look worse. Turn 3. Oh, yeah, it should be 3, not 1. Oh, wait a minute, no. This is wrong. Oh, we have to do it before we pin it. Right. When does this get called? I filled a truck full of creamers, but I don't like sweet stuff so much in drinks anymore. So just wasn't my thing. Okay, yes. So the problem is we're appending the entries right away, and then we're. I think it's just the math I'm using. So we have to assume we've already appended it locally. So rather than saying comparing to 0, we'll compare it to the number of entries. Otherwise, it's that minus the number of entries. Actually, why don't I just do this math once? We'll say, I can do it right here, right? It's that minus number of entries. And if that is hold on. It's if that is 0. And then we index by that. There we go. So the test was right and the code was wrong. No, still wrong. What am I doing? Oh, the term doesn't match. That's a test problem. I changed that, right? We changed it to term 3. So this should say 3 there. Right. So the previous one was term 1, index 1. Right. Cool. So this was right all along. Actually, why was that right all along? Oh, because this was a heartbeat. Yeah. That's an initial one. So here's where it gets more tricky. After discovering the follower was behind, it should try to append entries by going back. So I think the algorithm says you bump it back 1. Let's see if we find that. If append entries fails because of long inconsistency, then you decrement the next index and retry. That's exactly what we need to do. Okay, so start from here. We need to have it discover that it's wrong. This throat coat tea's not coating my throat well enough. Okay, so after it we should expect it to send out a message. We'll act by sending it a reply from one of these guys. All right, there we go. Does this matter? As long as it's not the self, right? These instance numbers anyway. 2, 5, 6. How about we pick 2? So a message will come back from 2 saying what? We need to actually add stuff to this, right? Message dot append entries results dot. Oh, we don't have anything in there yet. We want to say what? Term and success. Term. We'll agree with the term. Term 8, right? Has to be the same term. And we will say no. Success, false. So what will we expect to happen? It should come back and retry, right? After we wait a loop, it should retry. So we should expect another. Let's clear out all the messages first. Messages sent, clear. So we should only expect one message. Assert equal 1, messages sent, size. What will be in that message? We'll expect, again, the append entries for the message type. And we won't expect it to be empty this time. We'll expect it to go back 1. So we will expect, what do we have before? It would have said 2. Now we'll say 1. 1 is in term 7 again, right? Actually, 1 is term 3, sorry. And then it'll include the second entry. So expect equal vector of raft log entries. Consisting of the second entry. Right? Say, oh, you're behind, so let me try again and send you index 1. Or index 2. Previous is 1, new index is 2. Great. So, what did it not like about this one? Oh, because this should be this. What did it not like? Oh, again, this one. So the only thing we're missing is term and success. So again, I got to go back and add that to the message. Append entries results. Oh, I actually don't even have a test case for it. Let's add a test case. Sort of similar to heartbeat, right? So I'll copy those tests, moving down to the end. Well, yeah, why not? Put it at the end. Serialize, append, entries, results. Not rules, results. Okay, so the message is append entries, results. And we wanted term and we wanted success, right? So we'll just go with true for this one. So we'll expect append entries results, term 8, success, true. Deserialize, append entries results, term some other number like 5, term 18, sure, success, false. Term 5, hold on. Expect false. And this should be this structure here. There we go. And this is append entries results. Okay, so need to add those structure fields. They aren't here at all. So let's copy them from this one. Or, yeah. This is the current term in effect at the sender. And then bool success. This indicates whether or not the server accepted the last entries appended by the leader, by the receiver. Or sent. Or actually, it accepted the last append entries message. Because the message might not have any log entries, but it might have a non-matching previous index and term, right? Right, okay. So that'll compile. No! No compile? It's really confused. I must have screwed something up big time. Oh, it can't compare log entries. Not comparable. Okay, fine. I was trying to get away with, where did I do that? In server tests? Try to do this, but they're not comparable. Well, I could make them comparable. It's just a little bit expensive. We go to that type and we add a comparator. Only the test will use this, so I think yesterday I ran into the same thing. I just decided not just to break it out, so we'll just break it out. So we'll expect equal 1 for this size. Actually, it needs to be a hard expectation, so an assert. And then expect equal the term from, okay, so the second entry that term from this is first entry term. That's fine. Now we're good to go. We're gonna fail some tests because serialize doesn't work. Right, so we'll fix the serialization first. Append entries results. Yes, so JSON term equals append entries results dot term. Have you ever worked with C++ OpenGL? Well, OpenGL is a graphics library API that's C. So if you mean like a C++ adapter, I made my own, and I've worked with 2 that I did not write. So one was Juice, and the other was GLFW. So yeah, I've worked with GLFW and Juice. Both of them have C++ wrappers for OpenGL. They're kind of weak wrappers though. OpenGL is not really object oriented. So ultimately you're just sending you're queuing up graphics library events to be processed by the GPU, right? Like setting a texture, uploading some vertices, and then doing some draw commands. So, do you have any questions specifically? I also wrote my own wrapper for OpenGL and C++. In addition, I also wrapped DirectX. So I tried to make a cross-platform library that you can apply it to OpenGL or DirectX, so you can run it on Linux, Mac, or Windows. And I just covered the basic stuff, like setting up vertex buffers, setting up shaders, compiling shaders, and doing basic draw commands. What other programming languages do I know? A few. So I know Lua, Python, JavaScript. I know C++, obviously. I'd have to look at my resume. There's a lot of languages that, like C Sharp, for example, Java. There's a lot of languages that I know but haven't used in a while, so I'd have to do like a an hour-long refresher if I knew someone was gonna quiz me on it. You know, it's kind of like spoken languages, though. Once you've learned like enough of them, you can kind of pick up enough of the basics of the rest, so that if you needed to, if you were put into a situation where you had to speak Portuguese, but you were really good at Spanish and French and English, you could probably get by because there's a lot of overlap between spoken languages. So the same thing in programming languages. You could probably get by, but you'd stumble a lot over syntax and you'd have to look things up. So, do graphics languages count? I know GLSL and HLSL. Funny story. I was learning DirectX, and for the longest time, I couldn't find by searching what is the friggin' name of the shading language they use in DirectX. It took me a while to figure out it was HLSL, High Level Shading Language. You would think that the name HLSL would be prominent in all the tutorials that we're teaching you, but no, they just skip over the name like they assume you know it. Graphics shading libraries are actually kind of fun to learn because they're a lot like C, but they draw pretty pictures. And bugs are amusing to look at. I definitely recommend looking into 3D graphics if you enjoy visually seeing bugs. All right, term, and then we wanted success, right? Append entries, results, dot success, good to go. And let's steal from this deserialization, put it in the serialization. Or the other way around. It's just that the tables get turned here, so term. No, this whole thing equals that, right? And then this equals that. Cool. Cool, so it's handling the messages correctly. It's just that the server, we haven't yet coded the appending old entries when we discover a follower is behind. So here's where it gets a bit complicated because we have to change our logic and how we handle responses. It's on receive append entries results, right? So we have to actually look at the success flag. And if it wasn't successful, we have to decrement the next index, which we don't have yet. We don't have this next index yet. And also, if it's a success, we want to advance match index, right? Let's do one at a time. So right now, we have a test case for this next index, so let's set that up. So if message details dot success, I'll just leave it to handle the increment or advance the match index for this follower. If it is, actually, you know what, we should also not do anything if we're not the leader anymore, right? And we need to reinitialize after election too. So there's some test cases we need to add, actually. So before I forget, let me just add empty test cases. So reinitialize volatile follower state after election. And then the other one was ignore. We need to ignore the. Does the rules actually say to ignore it if we're not a leader? Doesn't say, but I guess it's assumed. Oh, hold on. It's I'm looking at the wrong one. Doesn't say, but I'm assuming you're supposed to ignore it if you're not the leader. Because you could have been the leader and you sent it out and then you lost leadership before you received back the response. So when you get back the response, you kind of just want to ignore it. So ignore append entries results if not leader. I'll code those later. Hey there, Playing with Scissors. What's up? I've been talking smack about PHP behind your back. That's what's up. I'm just kidding. I'm filling in all the details in the implementation for raft that have to do with the log. So appending entries, all these additional arguments that are log specific, I've been adding those today. So we're in the thick of things. I'm right on this line here, my plan. It is about right. We're halfway through the stream for today and I've gotten this done, or we're about here. It's sort of where I expect it to be. Haters gonna hate, that's right. Okay, leader, pendled entries. Okay, yes. Yeah, okay, yeah. We have the unit test set up. It's failing because it's not sending it again, basically. We expect it to send it right away. Actually, does it say in the algorithm when it's sent? They say retry, and it's in section 3.5. I guess I can read that. My question would be, when do we retry? Right away? Or whenever we want to? Blah, blah, blah. Keeps track of it. Mm-hmm. All of these actions happen in response to the consistency check performed there. Yes. Initializes it to its own next entry. It will fail after the rejection, leader decrements, and retries. So I'm just going to assume that it's immediate. It's not that we wait for one period of time, arbitrary period of time. It's immediate retry, right? So I was just going to assume that. Yeah, I know Playing with Scissors. Just joking around. I know that PHP hating article I read was pretty old. All right, so advanced. So and this is the case. We're going to decrement. We have to have records for every sender. Do I already have records for followers? I think I do. Where was it? Instance info. That's what it was. About other servers, yes. So we'll look up an instance by its ID, and then we'll have something in here. So auto instance equals instances, other instances, shared. Shared instances, yes. Index by sender instance number. Can't help but notice that there are only 2 leading zeros in the titles to your stream. So what are you going to do in 99.99? I'll probably retire. So what's the track record? If I've been going 6 months now, and I've reached 90 streams, bring up the handy dandy calculator. That's 180 streams per year. That'd be 55 years. Yeah, I'll probably retire. So no matter what, if I reach that, I'll retire. I don't think I'll live that long. Let's see. Still be going? We'll see. I'll have to go through the embarrassment of having to add a 5th digit. How about that? By then I'll be old enough to handle it with grace. Okay, so let's assume that that instance has something called a next Is it next index? I need to bookmark the summary page. Here we go. Yes, so there's a next index. So the decrement instance.nextIndex. Instance.nextIndex. Right, and then we'll resend. So I kind of want to have a helper for this. And we'll use it here, I think. Actually, we'll use it for both. That's all I know. We'll have a helper that we use both for heartbeats and where is it? Actually, I was pointing to the wrong place. Still use the send queued ones, but these queued ones. Right, so this queue append entries to be sent and queue heartbeats to be sent. We'll leverage the same helper that builds the append entries. Yeah, so let's assume we have a helper. What class were those methods in? The breadcrumbs aren't telling me. Okay, it's a server's implementation. Okay, so yeah, same class. Is that true for these ones as well? How does that actually work? Oh, because it's not on a callback. It's in a direct method call, receive message. Got it. Hooray for updating documentation. Yeah. So what you got to do is when you start to doze off, you got to stop and take a break. You don't want to fall asleep while documenting because you'll wake up and there'll be like virtual drool on the documentation. Like random characters and stuff. You don't want that to happen. That would be embarrassing. Okay, what do I want to call it? What do they call it? They call it retrying the append entries? Probably we'll give it a cool name. Attempt log replication. And we'll give it an instance number, sender instance number. And we'll just say from what index. So it'll be instance next index. And we'll just have it always try to replicate everything from there to the end of our log. Right? There we go. Client-facing documentation. Shouldn't that be auto-generated? Wait a minute, what am I thinking? Auto-generated from what? Ultimately, you gotta write something. Yeah, I guess you gotta be nice. You don't want any of that virtual drool showing up for the client to see. Okay, so what do I add? What do I want to add first? Let's add this guy, then I can reuse him right away. Attempt log replication. Sounds so awesome. So I want it to kind of be used by these guys, so we'll put it right above here. So it was instance ID and it was first log index, right? And here, we'll do documentation. So I'm doing documentation too, playing with scissors, so you're not alone. My documentation will say queue and append entries message to the given to the server with the given ID. Unique identifier. We'll spell it out even. Containing all log entries starting with the one at the given index. All right. Instance ID. This is the unique identifier of the server to which to attempt to replicate log entries. First log index. This is the index of the first log entry to attempt to replicate. Alrighty. So I'm going to pull out the most of the this one. We'll just copy this and we'll kind of change it around. All right. So it's an append entries. The term is, it's our current term. Our commit is we tell them what it is. Previous log index is going to be this -1, right? That -1. Okay, unless I don't want to be off by 1 here. Right, because next is always initialized to be our last one plus 1. So it ends up balancing, yes. Okay, so then if that's 0, we don't know, there is no term. Otherwise, we get the term from there. Got it. Now we got to fill the log. So for size ti equals first log index, I is less than. Didn't we have this cached shared last index? Yes. Less than or equal to. Plus I. Currently getting this error. Invalid metadata object field configuration cannot convert undefined or null to object. Yeah. Well, what language is that in? So looks like JavaScript. You have a spelling error somewhere? Something is not defined that should be. Probably have the spelling error. Okay, so the message.log.pushback. How come there's no pushback? What is log? Oh, I misspelled it, that's why. Pushback, yes. So pushback, and then we'll actually fetch it from the log keeper. Actually, can we... Okay, we're only indexing one at a time. Okay. Right? It's that simple. Sending log entries, blank from blank. So if the number of entries is this size, term, sure. And then we're only going to queue it to one guy, right? Since, right, queue message to be sent. Instance number is instance ID. And we need a time, so that's shared timekeeper get current time. And let's fold this. Swagger.json, that's a cool name. Really? Shared has no timekeeper? Where do we put the timekeeper? Is it just there? It's just there, okay, fine. And then, why do we have that recorded? I don't even remember what this is. The time when the server started or last received a message from the leader. This is only for, yeah, this is not relevant. We don't need to set that. Okay. Cool. So if I do this right, then I can kind of reuse it later when I refactor the heartbeats and the append entries. They can reuse this, I think. Although I might not want to call this in a loop where we're always reconstructing the same log. I might want to break this up into 2 parts. Maybe this, instead of attempt, it would be construct append entries message. I'll think about it, how I want to refactor that later. So, okay, here we go. So we don't have next index. We need to initialize that. Instance, so it's in instance info. Here we go. So, next index, what are we supposed to initialize it to? Leader last log plus 1. We don't know it here because this is just the structure default. And it is the index of the next log entry to send to that server. Right. This is the Index of the next log entry to send to this server. Cool. Now this is going to horribly fail, right? Because I didn't initialize it. Let's see what it does. Let's watch it blow up. Yay! Right, the index numbers aren't right. It's just 0. Right, because we're supposed to initialize it. So that's when we become leader, I think. After election, yes. So when we become leader. How do we know we become leader? This one, maybe? Whatever calls that. Sorry about that. Bump the mic. I guess it would be... Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not send. It's like Q, right? Q leadership change announcement. Yes. Specifically when we become leader. This, I need to refactor this anyway. Why don't I just do that? I'll make a method called assume leadership. Do we need any information? I don't think so. This is assume leadership right here. Where are we going to put that? How about this? Next to revert to follower. Assume leadership. And then we have all the things we do when we become leader. There we go. This, okay, we're not going to use, we're going to use imperative sense. Set up all the state and mechanisms required to be, that are required to be set up or started once the server becomes the leader of the cluster. You just finished your C++ projects. Cool. And you were working on... Hold on. Let me look back. Oh, you were working on a car class that inherits from drivable. Cool. So now you hopefully understand the difference between a concrete class and an interface class. That's very good to know. Congrats. How many server instances do you need for raft? I think it's a minimum of 3. If you want to survive a fault, you need to have a majority of servers in the cluster still running. So they always show 5 here, but I could stop 2 of these and it would still survive, right? I can still append new entries. Now, so it still works, and if I shut one down, you can no longer send requests. I'm sorry, you can still propagate requests, but if you were to hold on, were to time out, you can no longer become leader because you can't get enough votes. So the idea is that you can, if minimum of 3, as long as all 3 are kept up. If one breaks, you can resume it and then continue functioning. But if you only had 2, you can never have a leader because you can't get. I'm sorry, you can have 2. You could have 2, but you can never have any one of them break. So you're not gaining from fault tolerance at all. So 2 minimum if they're always running. Well, actually, technically, you could have 1. Okay, so the trivial clusters would be size 1 or 2. So those work, but are not fault tolerant because neither one can go down and have any progress. 3 is the minimum for fault tolerance, and it can only survive 1 fault at a time. So they usually show 5 because then you can have 2 servers go down and it still functions. You can still have leadership changes with 5. So yeah. I do 3 in my test setup because it's just simpler. I think that's considered the minimum. What if they all fail? If a majority of servers in your cluster fail, you're dicked. You gotta bring at least a majority back up, or the whole thing just stops. You can still read state, but you can't change or propagate changes to the cluster unless a majority are running. The idea is that if you get a fault, you just need the backup servers to continue running the cluster long enough for you to get the faulted server back up. And hopefully that's less time than it takes for the next fault to happen. They actually talk about that in the paper. They talk about the mean time MT. Mean time between failures needs to be much greater than the election timeout. So if you have one server go down, you don't want another server to go down before you can have a re-election, or bring enough servers up to have a majority to hold an election. Make random cars, nice. All right, so assume leadership is this so far. Did I call that from the other place? I should just make sure that didn't break anything. Still have a broken unit test, but I don't want to break any more tests just by refactoring that out. Let me actually check that in separate. I'm just going to check in the refactoring I did in here. Not that one. This one. This hunk and that hunk. That server. Refactoring. Extract method. Assume leadership. This is one thing that's cool about Git, is that I can commit things in a different order in which I actually did them. So I did all these other changes first, and then I did this one, but I'm deciding to commit this first. I can do that because Git lets me stage a subset of my changes. I do need, that's fixing a warning. Oh, really? The warning is that's a bug. Server tests. Fix bug in returning reference to temporary object. I suppose I should just add the stuff about previous log index and term separately as well, since we're here. Ah, yes. Okay, so we'll check in these separately. So this is message. We're basically adding the previous log index and previous log term to, that was the append entries, right? Yeah. Cool. And then this is our current work, right? I can check these in separately, actually. This is including the previous log term and index and all append entries messages. Yes, okay, so server. You also made so you can specify how many random cars you want to make. So you're making it right? Cool. Sounds like you're having fun learning, which is awesome. A lot of people ask, like, should you learn programming? And one of the criteria about should you or should you not, I think, is it fun? If it's not fun, then that's maybe not a point towards it being worthwhile. Other things that would give you points for making it worthwhile would be if it's for a job that makes you money and you need money. But yeah, if you're not having fun, it's not a good thing. Sounds like you are though. Okay. Right, so include previous log index, previous log term in append entries messages. Okay, yeah, I was behind in committing those, wasn't I? Yeah, programming for money feels bad, man, or Monka S, right? But if you need the money, that could be important. Get enough money and then find something you actually enjoy doing. Or while programming for the money, look for other things that you actually enjoy and could also make you money at the same time, right? One step at a time. Mr. Sir. I watched a little bit of was it CM Griffin? DJ Griffin? I forget his name. I watched a little bit of his stream, but he was ending, and I didn't see enough of his stream yet. A lot of people are taking off this week for vacation, aren't streaming. Okay, so assume leadership. I wanted to put here that we initialize. So for we already have a loop here, just waiting for it to be used. Does it matter when we do it? No. So we'll do it here. Instance entry dot second dot next index. We're supposed to initialize it to our own last index plus 1, right? Where are you? There you are. Oh, go back to the figure. Make that bigger. Okay, there we go. Last index plus 1. Last index plus 1. There we go. When was it? I think it was Monday. So Christmas Eve. I think. I like caught the tail end, like he was just finishing whatever he was doing and he was just chatting. So I didn't even see him working. He was just chatting and then he hosted someone. And so I missed a lot of it. I could be wrong about the date. I think it was Christmas Eve, but I could be wrong. Cool. So we're passing that test. Awesome. That just means we need to write more tests, right? So we are now correctly sending old, so it should repeat. So if I wanted to, I can make another one that it just says, you keep saying no until it gets the entire log, but probably this is sufficient. Oh, we should catch one where it updates. So yeah, let's make another case where it advances. So leader up, right. So leader, let me rewrite this. He's always chatting instead of working. I've seen a lot of streamers have that. I don't know if it's an issue or it's just their style. They'll have two modes, right? They'll have community chat mode and then they'll have working mode. And they kind of flip between them as the community chat becomes more active. I'm kind of at your guys' mercy. If you start chatting a lot, I'll end up working less. I know more experienced streamers have a better ability to set a cap on how much chat that they do, and will start to. They don't ignore chat, but they kind of only glance at it and only respond to the some subset of things that are said. I'm trying to get to that point. So the essence of this test is leader does not repeat sending same log entry, acknowledged log entry. So we need to set it up. We need to arrange it so that a log entry is sent, and then we'll respond that yes, we received it, and then we should expect that the next one, the next send doesn't include it. Right. So, how are we going to set this up? How about we'll arrange it. Yeah. We'll become leader in term 8, because why not? And then, actually, why did I have, that was the, oh, we'll still use that. Yes. We'll still use that, because it's going to send another heartbeat. Let me think about this. I'm trying to think of how I would make this test case simple enough. Yeah, I guess we'll move this to the act here. And then we'll expect that we get a message and that the previous, okay, hold on. I need to do this right. I know, we'll append, where did I do that? Append entries. This one, leader append log entry. We have some entries we're going to append. And then we're going to append them. So here's some entries, and sure, they can be from an old term. Because why not? We don't need this, I don't think. We'll append the entries, we'll wait a loop. It should send out a message. We'll respond immediately saying we accept them. I know, I'll do this in 2 steps. So we'll append just the first entry. I won't have entries anymore. I'll move this to this arrange. So we set the first entry. We don't need that. We append the first entry. We'll acknowledge that we got that first entry. Then we'll append another one, and then we'll assert that we only get the second one, not the first one again. You uploaded your code for the op practice project. Do you want to look at the code, give you some tips? I have a Discord, and you're welcome to kind of post onto the coding channel there. Then that'll allow me to look at it when I have time. But yeah, that's probably best. Unless you like need help right now and have a question, then feel free to ask the question. Otherwise, yeah, it's probably better to post it on the Discord. If you don't mind. Let's see, append log entries, first entry. So we have to arrange the, we already have it here. I can do this, right? This is part of the arrange, actually. Right, this is part of the arrange. So we append the first entry. We should expect the first entry sent, so we'll reply saying, okay, we got it, success. It'll reach the server again. Then we don't need to loop there. Actually, we yeah. We don't need to clear. We can clear, we can clear there. We don't need to wait there though. So when we advance this amount of time, then actually no, we're not gonna, hold on, we're not gonna advance. We're gonna send the second entry. That's exactly what we're gonna do. The second entry. Then what we'll do is we'll expect, okay, we might get a lot of messages because it'll probably send it to all the other servers. No, we'll clear all those other messages out. So it should only send it, actually it'll send it to all the other servers. So we want to loop through them and pick out the one meant for us, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, when I have time later off stream, I'll take a look. So let's see. Yes, loop through. It has to be an append entries, and we actually care that it is for server number 2. So if message sent dot receiver equals 2 and it's an append entries. Then we're going to look at it. So here we'll put the expectations in there. There we go. Well, thanks for the follow, Farouk. Looking forward to checking out your code. So we want message sent instead of this, right? Okay, so it's term 3. Well, second entry term, right? One message. Previous term should be, the previous log entry is 2, so it's term 2, index 1. That's what we expect. I don't think that this will actually work, though. It did work. Okay. I think it's because right now the naive implementation is it's always sending just the one that was appended. Hold on, let me think about that. I need to go bio break for just a minute, and I'll come right back and I'll fix this thing. Be right back. All right. I think I know what I want to do here. I think I want to have this arranged as the entry already exists in the log before we become leader. Like that. So we don't append it. And we won't actually... Let me think about this. I think I just need to change the nature of this test because I think this actually already works, which is why it was passing the test. And it's what I'm really testing is that the next index gets incremented correctly. Or that the next index is used for append entries. We need to cover that one first. So let's say append entries uses instance next index. There we go. So a situation where I think this will fail is where we start with one entry and we don't acknowledge. We append the second entry. Question is, will it send out a second RPC before the first one is complete? Don't know what I want to do here. let's keep it simple. So what would I want to do? I know. So we'll expect that. Okay, we actually need the timeout thing to happen. We need to add this thing. What did I have in the clipboard? Yeah, okay. So becomes the leader, and we can set this one up here. Actually, I can collapse these, can't I? Let's do that. So we start with one entry already in the log. We become leader. Then we advance the time so that it should send out its heartbeat, which will include which will not include that first entry, right? And we'll have to say we didn't receive it. So this is a message back saying we didn't receive it. And then we'll expect that the server will send us this first one, but before we respond, we'll append a new one. What do we expect? I think what we'll expect is if we accept the message, it should send another one. And then that second one will be only the second entry. Is it good in your project if you used heap allocated array because random car could be as big for yeah, that's fine. You can use the stack or the heap. There's just trade-offs, right? So allocating it from the heap might take a little bit longer, but it's more flexible. You can use the memory even after you return from the function. Trade-off for the stack is that you're more limited on memory, but it's faster. It's faster, but it's more limited in memory, and also you can't. It doesn't exist after the function returns. It gets popped off the stack, right? So it's the trade-offs. So it kind of depends on the situation. For most things, if it's a single allocation and it's not that big, actually, if it's just a single allocation, and particularly if it's big, then heap is better. Because it's more flexible and you have more space. And the performance hit is not that great if it's a single allocation. If it's a lot of frequent allocations and you don't need it outside the function, it's better to do it on the stack, right? But it's like kind of splitting hairs. And no problem about typos. I don't mind typos. Okay, so does this... This is already handled by the previous test, right? It should roll back and send one message, so then we can acknowledge it. Okay, yeah, I meant to do... This is a new one of these. Its type is append results, and this time we acknowledge the first one. Then it's going to append a second. Well, hold on. I should probably split this up. Yeah. Oops. Two tests here. One will be append entries not sent if one's still unacknowledged, if last still unacknowledged. If last not yet acknowledged. Right? So the idea is that this append entries isn't acknowledged yet. I'm sorry, this first entry isn't acknowledged yet, so it shouldn't send out the second entry at all yet. So that's eliminating this part of it, we expect no messages. Right, we expect no messages to be sent to instance 2, right? Let me see if I got the timing right. Right, so it'll have sent the first entry. We don't care about that one. We don't want this to send one out to instance 2. That's the problem. Okay, cool. So we'll just expect not equal to 2 for the receiver instance number, right? Or expect false for that whole thing. That's exactly what I want. So that's the first one. It shouldn't send out a second append entries because the first one hasn't been acknowledged yet. Given that that works, we expect a what do we expect? Next index advanced and next entry appended after previous acknowledged, right? Acknowledged. So that will make sure that that index 1 is sent. All right. I misspoke. This makes sure that we become leader and send out a heartbeat. This says we don't have index 1 yet. And so it'll be sent. And before we acknowledge it, we queue up a second entry. We will then acknowledge the first entry. And once we acknowledge the first entry, we'll expect another one to be sent with the second entry in it. This will be previous is 1 term 2, and it's term, right, the second one. Actually, we should say first entry term. Yeah. Hold on. No, what's this? Yeah, the first message, yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there's one thing in, right, okay, got it. Got it. Took me a while to get these tests framed just the way I want them. Right. So yeah, this one we need to fix. It's actually sending one before the previous is acknowledged. This one I wrote is working because it's sending the 2 events out. It's sending the 2 appends out before first one's acknowledged. Okay, so in the server, queue append entries to be sent. I think we only do this if we're not currently appending. So we'll have a state flag here. So there's 2 cases where we do not send it. If it's us, or if instances, as other instance shared instances, instance number, it's like awaiting vote. So it's like awaiting append results. Okay. Have a safe trip playing with scissors. Oh, I need to fix my camera. I'm getting the blue sparklies. Ever so slightly adjust the camera. I kind of want it to sit right about there. There we go. Why is that a semicolon? That should be a parentheses. So I need to introduce that flag first. Waiting append results is an instance info. We'll put it next to awaiting vote. It's similar to this The during, we'll just say, while, if as a leader, this indicates whether or not we're still awaiting an append entries response from the instance. Can you hear the doggy in the background? Maybe a little bit. I won't mute the doggy. You guys need to hear dogs once in a while, right? Okay, that flag is set. And no, it's not set. It's checked here. We need to actually set it. We'll set it when we queue message to be sent. That's what we'll do. Right. We'll say if oh wait a minute. We don't know what kind of message it is. Shoot. Okay. Do we have to do this in all the places? Yeah. If we didn't serialize the message first, then we'd see it. Oh, but then in tree transmissions. Yeah, okay. Actually, we need to have a test for retransmitting on append entries. That's not, yeah. So let me set that up before I forget. Retransmit append entries. Unacknowledged. Append entries. Well, that's a subject for later. What if I have two overloads of this? Yeah. So let's overload this. This will take an actual const, what is it? Raft message. Right. Okay, and then this will simply call the other one. Message.serialize instance number and now. And then we'll just, wherever we're calling it, we'll just remove the serialize. How come why did I do that? It just because it was long? If it fits on one line, I kind of like it to be on one line. That'll fit. Okay, now I'm free to everywhere where it's not a retransmit. We haven't serialized it yet. But we can say if message dot type is, I don't need this to say raft, do I? Just say message. Message type append entries. I can say shared instances instance number awaiting append results is true. There we go. Actually, could I do the same thing with awaiting vote? Why am I setting it there? Oh, because we're not waiting for a vote yet. Yeah, we're waiting for a vote. Yeah, so we could do it here. We can remove this as well. Actually, we need to reset the awaiting append results if we become leader, don't we? Should I have a test case for that, or should I just code it correctly? Well, okay, that's part of this, I guess. Okay, I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to move it. Actually, I'm going to move it to here. Maybe I just do a switch on the message type. Lost the clipboard. It should say awaiting vote. And I'll probably fold these together at some point. Like awaiting response, maybe. Because where is that used? Awaiting vote. Yeah, really it should just be awaiting response. Hold on, it's used here especially though. Right, if we receive a repeat vote. Well, yeah, it's still true, right? We can still use an awaiting flag, because the only thing we're going to be sending out is a vote result. Well, hold on. It could be a previous term we receive it on. We'd then ignore it anyway, right? Actually, does the vote include the term number? There might be a problem with stale votes. Yes, so that might not have a problem with that. We're not checking the other term. The message details.term. Yeah, I think I need to have a case for that. Yeah, well, another case for that. I just don't want there to be holes in my design here. So ignore stale votes from previous term. We have to check the term number and the message details for a vote. But before I get way off track, I'm just going to check. We don't use awaiting vote for anything else. So I can just say awaiting response. And to say this indicates whether or not we're awaiting a response to the last. Right now, there's only one kind of RPC we could be sending. If we're a candidate, we're asking for a vote. If we're a leader, we're asking for a pinned entries result. If we're a follower, we're not sending RPCs at all. So we can keep it simple. Fold these two together. Sent to. This indicates whether or not we're awaiting response to the last RPC call message sent to this instance. So it's awaiting response. I can get rid of that, and now I'll just put awaiting response in all the places. So I don't need the type anymore. I'll just say awaiting response is true. Right? Actually, I should put it in the other place. Now it's actually better to put it here. Yeah, because then we use that for retransmissions. Cool. So this will be nice. So setup as candidate. Yeah, all these places that reset that awaiting thing are when we're changing our state. So it was like revert to follower also does awaiting resets it, right? And then becoming a leader resets it as well, I think, or it should. Well, okay. We receive it. We're no longer waiting for it, so we should set it up here, right? What if we send, no, we won't send out 2 messages, will we? Actually, we do want to match up the terms, right? Could be an old message. Well, what's the worst that could happen? The vote is discounted, and then the election gets scrubbed, and then it just times out, and there's a new election. I think it's safe to do it. Not only to do it there, but probably to do it when we receive any kind of message. Right? We could put it here. Yeah, we can do it here. It's shared instances. Sender instance number. There we go. All right, so here, awaiting response, yes. Oh, hold on. That means I need to reset it at the end, not the beginning. Actually, can I make that more generic? Because it just doesn't do anything if it's not awaiting a response, right? Okay, there's a diagnostic message. It still doesn't do anything. Maybe I just remove it. So if we're not waiting for a message, hold on. It's the results that we. Okay, I'll leave it the way it is. It's the results we don't do anything if we're not expecting something. If it's not a, if we're like a follower, then we don't want to ignore it. Yeah. Okay. Did I screw that up? I think I did. What would that used to be? Get lens to the rescue. Yes, so it goes here. Instance dot. Yes, okay. Thank you, get lens. Right, so it's awaiting a response. Cool. And waiting response. So we don't send an append if we're still awaiting a response from a previous message, basically. And when actually it means I need to reset it once we get it. So that's here. We should probably catch it if we receive one that's when we're not expecting it, right? Well, yeah, let's just get this up here, and we'll just clear it. The expecting, awaiting is false now. Okay, let's just try that. Let's do it. I don't think we're finished though. I think immediately send the next one. Otherwise, it's gonna, yeah, okay. See vote request greater term when candidate is failing. Why is that? We actually got 2 messages instead of 1. That happened. Okay, we become a candidate. That's what that means. Oh no, wait, hold on. Yeah, it became a candidate. Right, so then we're requesting a vote. Now, why am I doing that? Oh, I think that's the check that we didn't actually Okay, that's the problem. It's probably retransmitting the vote. I'll probably see that if I look at it. Let's look at it in the debugger just to confirm. Launch. It's running. It takes a while in the debugger to get past some of those slower tests. There it is. So messages sent to. So we expect to request vote results. We're probably seeing that, and then we're probably seeing a request. Oh, so we're seeing a retransmission. Huh. How come the candidate's all messed? Oh, because it's the wrong structure. Request vote results. So you granted the vote, and then what did it do again? Did it retransmit the results again? Yeah. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's always expecting a response even for responses. Shoot, okay, I messed that up. Okay. Awaiting response in the code. We're setting that to true for all kinds of messages. So really, we only want to do it for for things that expect a response. I guess I'll put it back in here. And we'll say if, hold on, we don't know the instance. Let's get the instance. If message.type is either that one or the other one. Append these expect back a response, so only for these do we await a response. Cool. Hold on, I expected this one to fail. How come it passed? Okay. Oh, maybe it's not sending it at all, so we should have a bool. Second entry sent. So we'll actually make sure it's only sent once. So expect false that it's sent here. Set it to true and expect it to be true down here. There we go. Nice to see people interested in what raft is. There we go. So it's not sent at all. So yeah, it's not sent because it was sent hold on. Right, this one refrains from sending it because it's it's still waiting a response from the sending the first entry. So then we acknowledge the first entry, and the problem is the acknowledging doesn't trigger the sending of the next entry, so we need to put that code in. So that's on handling the results here. If it's a success, right. So this is the to-do, exactly. So advance the match. It's actually both advance the match. We still need to advance the match, but we also need to advance the next index, right? We need to know what we sent. That's not in the response, right? Oh, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, Daniel Coe. So when we send it, yeah, the response doesn't include any indication of how many entries it is accepted, so we need to remember that. So let's just remember it. So we'll say instance.next index plus equals we'll have to track num entries last sent. We'll have to track that, and then we'll say if instance.next index is less than our current, our last index plus 1. It's less than last plus 1. It'll be less than or equal to last, right? That means there's more to send. Then we attempt log replication to it again. So sender instance. First one is the next. Actually, I wonder if that should just always be assumed. Shouldn't the first always be the next? I think so. Yeah, it's always the next. So I can eliminate that variable, right? And then here, remove it. And then remove this. And then the first is now, where's the instance ID? Okay, we need a reference to the instance. So auto, we don't need to modify it. Actually, we do need to modify it. Auto instance equals shared instances instance ID. Then this becomes instance.next index, right? Oh, -1. And then we go from next to up to and including last. And we push it back in. And then here we'll take the opportunity of storing the num entries last sent. Right? I need to provide memory for that. So let's do that. If awaiting an append entries response, this is a cache of the number of, it's not really a cache. We'll just say this is the number of entries that were sent, or last sent, or sent in the append entries message. Okay. So it's set here so that we can, once we receive a successful response, we can advance it there. Cool. And then if there's more to send, we send it. There we go. Ta-da! We have some corner cases to deal with, but the main replication should be working. We're tracking the next index. Okay, we're not tracking the match index. We need the match index when we are doing the committing. Maybe I'll do that next. So, well, hold on. Yeah, I think isn't that handled by some of these corner case tests? No, it's handled by some cases I already had, but they're passing just because the naive implementation is good enough. Where was it? Having to do with the commit, right? Leader advanced commit index of majority of cluster has a. So this one is handling a naive case. That's the problem. It's appending one. And it's just assuming they all reply. Right, the default up. Oh, actually, this is not even sent. We should probably fill that in. 7. That's probably what they were defaulting to, just by happy coincidence. But if we were to say false on some of those, it would break, I think. Right, because of the way this code is written. No matter if they say success or not, it's going to count it towards matching, and yeah, so this logic is faulty. So maybe I need to make this a little bit more aggressive. So the naive implementation doesn't work. Why do I have a second entry in here anyway? Oh, I guess I forgot to include this. Actually, why is this this is not correct, is it? If they're all acknowledging the first entry, why would it still stay at 0? Is it because this logic is just bad? Oh, it has to be from the current term. That's why. Right. So we could screw this up by not saying success. Or not yeah. Yeah, because it's possible that a server could go down and come back up and have lost this first entry, and so respond false here. It should not go to 2 right away for that. So let's screw up the test. So we'll call this a successful response count. And we'll say only if it's true. So if we'll just say if instance is 2, it's going to be false. We'll have one of them pretend to crash and say I don't have the first entry, so I don't accept the second one, right? And it'll screw up this count. So we'll have a test failure now. There we go. Broke it. So it committed it too early. So what the real thing is, we don't want to just count it. Here, we only want to count it if it succeeds, right? And really, we need to be very careful because the commit index, we don't want to set it to the last. Let's see what the rules say. The rules are very specific. It says if there exists an n such that n is greater than our current commit index, a majority of match indexes are greater than or equal to n, and the term is a current term, then, only then, do we advance it to n. So I think what we'll do is we'll just do it right. We'll fill in this match index. So that match index starts at 0, right? Initialize to 0. Great. So wherever this next index is, we'll put a match index. This is the index of what? Known to be replicated. This is the index of the highest log entry known to be replicated on this server. Okay. So wherever next index is reset, we need to reset match index as well. Yeah, right when we assume leadership, we're going to reset it to 0. And then we advance it only when we get a successful response. Right, this to do here. Well, let's advance it at the same place, right? So match index also advances. Well, it's not advancing, it's set to be the well, it's set to be the next index minus 1, right? Because it starts at 0 and we try to assume optimistically that it has all the entries we have, and only when we're appending the next one and it says, yeah, I got it, that means it already had all the entries, so we'll skip forward to whatever the next one we're going to send next, minus 1. That's the index of the one that we know it has. Right, so then down here we're going to change this logic. We'll just implement this finding n. So the way I interpret this is that we just find the highest, or the minimum common match index, and we see if it's greater than commit index and the term of that entry is our current term, then we advance the commit index. So let's find the minimum. So let's say SIST minimum match index, minimum match index, and we'll initialize it to shared last index, and then we'll say for const auto instance in instance shared instances. Minimum match index is the minimum of itself. Oops, clipboard please. And the instance dot second dot match index, right? So that gets the minimum of all of them. And then we'll say if minimum match index is greater than the commit index and, well, hold on. Yeah, and the log keeper, when we index that one, if its term is equal to our current term, then and only then do we advance the match index, and we advance it to that minimum. Right? There we go. If that fixes it, then I'll be good to go. Although I'll probably feel better if I had more tests for that. Okay, it didn't work. Let me get more information on this. So 1901 is where it fails. 1901. So let's print out let's count two things. So response count, we'll just always count it. And we'll print out successful out of total. And let's print it in both cases. This is a thing you can do with gtest. if you want to see more information when a test fails. Oh, hey there, Mike. I didn't see you. I didn't get my little indication notice that you posted. That was 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry, Mike. Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. Shout out to Mike, by the way. He's working on a game called Thrusty Ship. Oh, and he's still here. Yay, didn't miss him. He's working on a game called Thrusty Ship, and I got to play test it. It's pretty fun, and he's working on the last levels of it, so check out his stream whenever he's going. All right, so we fail when we get 3 successful out of 4 responses. Actually, that is correct. Is my logic here wrong? Oh, it's, yeah. That minus, hold on. 1903. Oh, it didn't. It didn't. It should have, but it didn't. Why not? Should we single step through and look? So let's copy the test name here. Go to the launch configuration, the test, and we'll put it in the filter here. And that allows me to put a breakpoint every time we receive a response here. So we'll be able to watch it go. Okay, so the first one is success. From 2. Wait a minute, I thought 2 was supposed to be a fail. Maybe I got that wrong. Oh wait, we don't want to count these first ones. Yeah, let's wait till we get to there. So nix that breakpoint until we get to there, and now go back and break there. Okay. First one is a fail. So we back up its next index to 0. We try to replicate it to it. And then here we're counting the instances. Actually, I can look at them here, right? Shared instances. Okay, it's kind of hard to see them. We're awaiting a response from all of them. Match index 0. Match index 0. Shouldn't that be a 1? Actually, why is this 0? That's not right. It should be our index plus 1. I think I got some issues here. I got issues. Yeah, I think that's why this isn't working. Gonna end up with the wrong index here. 0. It shouldn't. It should be at 1. Because our commit index is 0? What? What? We should have committed that first entry up there. All right, let's retry and see what happens. This is the very first. Oh, it's 0? That's not right. Okay, let me see what happens when we attempt log replication. Oh, you know what? I think the problem is I did all this stuff, but I didn't, I'm not using, I plan to use this function from all places where we send this type of message, but I didn't do that. Yeah, so queue heartbeat doesn't set this number of entries last sent. I guess we'll just fix. I'll refactor this later. For now, we'll just have to remember that it's 0. And then the other place, right? So the other place will be on append entries here, and it has to actually count them. There we go. Apparently I didn't get a reference to instance. Okay, so actually that's going to be per instance down here. Let's get a reference. So that's instance, and then auto instance is that. Let's do that. One more place. Yes, same thing. Okay. Now where was yeah, I don't need. No, I do need that. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so let me try debugging again. What I want to see is when it gets to success. Okay, yes, it sent one entry. So our next index moves to 2. Come on, IntelliSense. There it goes, 2. Our match index is 1. We don't attempt replication. Good. Okay, so that should be good until we reach that breakpoint. Hold on. I don't know why I have a breakpoint there. Right, so here's where we're sending that second entry. Right? So we're responding to the second entry. So here. Right, 2 responds false. We expected that. So it needs to receive index 1 again, because presumably it crashed. So it'll there try to send it index 1 and 2, I think. And then right, so it should, oh, it went to 0? Hold on. There's something still wrong about this. And that. Oh, it counted itself. Okay, we don't want to count itself. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, my bug. My bad. We don't look at our own entry. We need to skip it. Actually, wherever I have this, I might have that bug. We need to skip ourselves in a lot of places. So skip ourselves here. If instance.first equals shared self, what is it? What's the self thing? No. Let's search for this. That's the only place? Really? Shared configuration self instance. Then we skip ourselves. We don't send messages to ourselves. Because we're not crazy. Okay, so let's try this again. Remove that breakpoint. Run to this point, and now I put this breakpoint back to there. Go. And then let's see what the minimum is down here. It's 1. Okay, cool. Will this work now? Cool, I think it worked. Hey there, Steve Mario. It's not belated, it's the 3rd day of... That's true. 12 days of Christmas, my friend. Actually, it shouldn't be 2, should it? It should go to 1. Because one of the servers, oh no, it should, that's right, it won't be, no, it should be committed by a majority. So what's going on? It got 3 successes and it's still not committing it. Guess I gotta look at that more closely. Run again, please. Remove that breakpoint initially. get to here. Actually, that shouldn't have been 0. So there's something wrong here. Hold on, maybe the terms aren't matching. Okay, yes. It won't, right, it won't commit the first entry because it's an old term. But it should get it to it on the second try. Oops. When it gets to a majority. Oh, wait a minute. Did I take out the majority stuff? I think I did. Right, yeah, I screwed this logic up. I used to have it check a majority, now it's taking the minimum of all. Really, I want the minimum of the majority. How do you get a minimum majority? So like, for example, in this set, we're going to have 2, 0, 2, 2, 2, and it's going to return 0, but I want it to return 2. But if like this was a 0 and that was a 0, then I need to return 0. And that should return well, there is no majority there. And if that was a 3, it should still return 2. What's the best way to do this? I need an algorithm that like will tell me that that should return 2. You guys are smarter than me at algorithms, right? So if that's a 0, it should return 0. If that's a 1, it should return 0. Actually, it should return 1. If that's a 2, it should return 2. If it turns out, it should be 2. So what kind of algorithm is that? I'm trying to think of the algorithm in my head because nothing comes to mind. Gotta be a simple way to figure this out. I guess, what does the algorithm say? N implies that we're going to loop. I guess what we can do is we can just, a brute force would be start at commit index plus 1 and see that a majority are at least greater than or equal to it. Yeah, because 2, if you've matched 2, that implies you've also matched 1. It's this greater than or equal to n thing. So 2 is greater than or equal to 1. So this is the n, this is basically n. This column is n. If this is n, then, well, no, it's not just n. It's commit index. It's kind of hard for me to explain it. It's so if any of these numbers are greater than or equal to n, then it counts. So, I guess I could take the individual numbers and put them into a sorted list, right? And actually, no, I'll put them into a map, and I'll have them count. Yeah, so I'll do it this way. Instead of minimum, we'll have a map from those are term numbers, so integers, into counts. So how about term index to match? These are indexes, actually, right? These are indexes. Match index is an index. And screwed up my IntelliSense too much. Yeah, size t. Okay, so it's size t to size t. So it's index to match count. All right, and then we skip it if it's ourselves. Otherwise, let's increment index to match count. So if it's not there and we index it, it will get the default value of 0, right? So plus plus, so that'll make it go to 1. And then what we want to do is yeah, let's start with that. We want to add one to, yeah, we want to go through and for everything in the map, we want to add one to everything after it in the map. Oh, and everything before it in the map as well, right? So we have to, we go in order, auto, this should be plural. I will rename this. Index match counts. Index match count in index match counts. Actually, it'd be easier to just hold on, let me think about this. It's easier to just go backwards and accumulate them, right? Yeah, so index to match count entry is index match counts dot r begin. All right, and then we'll accumulate. So see total match counts. Index match count entry not equal to index match counts r end. And advance the reverse iterator. We're doing a reverse iteration. Yay. Should be auto. Cool. So total match counts equals index match count entry arrow second plus equals. Then if the total now is a majority, so if it's greater than the number of servers, okay, we need to include ourselves because we'll always have all of them. If it's greater than the number of servers, so that's self, that's shared, instances size minus, actually I guess we can remove that because it's just that, right? Oh no. We count ourselves on both. Hold on a second. Sorry, that was my overlay when I have to talk to someone in the house. Someone had a question. Okay, so total mesh, yeah. Oh, right, if we plus 1 here, we got a minus 1 there. Because we count ourselves here as voting for, and then we need to subtract ourselves as not voting against. Yeah, so if we get a majority at that level, then that's what it is. It's index match count entry first. And then we can break. There we go. If I can watch this algorithm take shape. What did it not like about that? Oh, we need to iterate there. Or we need to dereference. So let me try to run through that in the debugger to kind of illustrate how it's working. Okay. Oh, right. Okay, I just confused. Just to be confused. So when we get to this point, this index match counts will just be that we have 4 servers that report that they've matched index 1. Right, so the commit index should move to, it'll stay at 1, basically. Actually, I don't want it to go back. It'll go forward, but we should have a guard here that should go back. It'll go back when we get to that, right? But see, now someone's advanced to index 3. Why is it 3? Oh, no, there's 3 servers say 1. 1 server says 2. And so we get what? I should put it here. We can see it. Commit index is 1. Right. So there we have 2 and 2. So it goes to 2. Is that right? Hold on, no, this isn't right. Oh no, yeah. So it moves to 2 because two other servers have index 2, and so does the leader. So we have a majority at that point. Yeah, okay. That made the test pass now, right? No. Shoot. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I didn't have the term check. Shoot. So there are a couple things that have to be true here, right? What does it say? Term has to match, and it has to be greater than or equal to our current. So there's 3 cases here. So this has to be greater than this. And that has to be true, and it has to be in the same term. So shared log keeper index of that term has to equal our current term. Current term. There we go. Those all have to be true before we move forward on the commit index. There we go. Still not happening. 2. So 3 responses, 2 are successful. It's not moving. It should. Okay, I'm stumped. What that should have worked. Oh. Okay. Let's try again. So 4 servers are at 1. We've got 1 successful, 2 successful. Yeah, we have a majority. It should move to 2 now. Okay, it does. It does move to 2. So why was it saying 0? Three responses. 2 successful responses. Oh, yes. It's going the wrong logic. Shoot. Again, I did not counting ourself. It should be +1 -1. All these little problems. There we go. Okay. That makes sense now that I think about it. We have to count ourselves as the leader automatically has applied all log entries, right? That's just a given by the algorithm. So we should count we're not going to send a message to ourselves, so we should count ourselves as successful and then subtract ourselves from the other side to see if there's a majority. The same thing I did here. So this accumulation thing is so that if some servers are even further along, they count. So again, the example was something like 20322 or 332. The majority will be on 2, and like the moment you have a third one there, it will move to 3, right? And you don't want to just count the number of 3s or the number of 2s because you won't get a majority. 3s sort of count like 2s, so that's why we are accumulating. So it'll go backwards. This index match counts will end up being, for that, it'll be a map of 1 count for 0, 2 counts for 2, and 2 counts for 3, right? And so it iterates. It says, okay, 2 counts for 3, so 2, and then it'll go back 1, and it'll add 2, and it'll get 4, and say, okay, we have a majority. The majority is at 2. So that's my brief explanation of that algorithm. I don't know if that is a name, but that's what we're doing. And that's all to implement this clause. If I knew what to name this algorithm, then or really it's that without, yeah, anyway, I would give it a name and call it a different function, but I don't know what it would be called. We'll just accept it and move on. Oh, there's a blank line that got in there. I don't like that. Line 415. Wait a minute. Oh, 432. Here we go. Okay, so we folded in the awaiting, so we're awaiting either votes or append entries responses. Got it. And then this whole thing was in order to... Okay, this was... Let me check this in first. Hold on. No, I mutated that test to do what I wanted. Oh, you know what? There, I forgot to check in last time. That's what happened. Okay, got it. Cool. We'll just check them in together. We'll do it live. So, really it's fix issues with append entries. No, it's not fix issues. It's append a track. It all comes down to those variables added, right? The next index and match index. Track, next index, and match index for followers. So append entries. When sending append entries, remember how many entries were sent. When receiving append entries results, advance or retract next index depending on success failure. You'll write it and you'll do it live, exactly. And it's also there, right, so and advance match index on success. Oh, it's actually advance match index on success and advance commit index once a majority of followers, a majority of the cluster, including the leader, has replicated more entries, basically. And then we need to retransmit append entries until response is received. So basically that's reuse the retransmit logic from the request vote. So the same retransmission logic, we just leveraged that. Is now awaiting response, not just awaiting vote. Okay. Looks good to me. We had to initialize them. To say that reinitialize next index match index when leadership is assumed. Actually, let me check something on assumed leadership. Does that also reset the... Oh, it doesn't. What resets the awaiting response? When we... Okay, when we become a candidate, we reset it. So that's early enough, right? Actually, is it? No, we need to also reset it when we become a leader, because we might still have marked that we were awaiting a vote response, and we don't want it to be confused as we are awaiting an append entries response. Yeah, so I need to reset that. Did I have a test to cover that? I have that. That maybe could cover it. The follower state included that sort of implicitly. It's not in the algorithm here, but the follower state was next index match index. So I already have code that did that. That was here. But we're not resetting the awaiting response when we assume leadership. So I guess we'll fill it in a minute. So that we have code for this, it's just not tested, right? Yeah, and these are not being done correctly. Okay, cool. Yes, raft. Let me know, guys. Let me know if you have any questions specifically about raft. But I hope the command leads to the a link that gives you a rundown of it. Okay, I think that's good enough. Maybe the most complicated part, right? So it's been a while, and actually I'm past 4 hour mark. Let me give another introduction of what I'm doing. So this all came about because I decided I was streaming web component development. Like I made my own web server on stream, and I decided I wanted to. One thing I've always wanted to do is make a game. I decided, hey, let's make a multiplayer game. And so we just started it like, what was it? Has it been a month? I guess it's been a month. I started this a month ago. Wow, it's been a whole month already. So it's been a month, but it's not playable yet. So probably another couple months. Multiplayer game with reminiscent of Ultima 5, a game I really enjoyed when I was growing up. And also the pixel art style will be pretty easy to do, so it won't stretch my limited artistic ability. But I want to have a lot of things to do in the game. And right now, since we're just starting up, we're establishing the servers. So the server architecture looks like this. From a very, very, very high level view, there's an orchestrator server that starts up the game servers. I call them realm servers. Each one has a copy of the game in order for that if any server needs to be taken down for maintenance and updates, etc., or if it just crashes, there are other servers that can service requests so the game continues to run. The game clients are all going to be in the browser running JavaScript. And in order to get the state of the game to be replicated across the different servers in this server cluster, I'm implementing the raft consensus algorithm. So far, I had implemented enough of it to have a server get elected leader, but I didn't have any of the logic required for replicating actual game state changes. So that's what I've been working on yesterday and today, and probably finishing up tomorrow, as we're working on that stuff. So inside the server, really briefly, the portal out from the back end to the front end is through WebSockets, which are hosted by web servers, which is all my stuff. And a coordinator component receives incoming connection requests and figures out who's who. It's using this raft implementation I've been working on today to figure out who's a leader, whether requests should be committed to what I call the journal in the game, which is the same as a raft log, or and if it's a follower, it would be forwarded to the leader. The leader is the one that first commits to the journal, and then it replicates to all the other servers' journals. And then later in the coming months, I'll be fleshing out the rest of the game details. So what I need an executor that will take journal or log entries and apply them to the game state, which is the object model here. And I'll have another component reconciler, which the coordinator will use to check to see if changes make sense. So it would basically convert a request like move the player to the left one space to an actual log entry would be like set position of player ABC to 42, and then that goes to the back up to the coordinator to be applied to the journal and the whole cluster. The executor would take that and then move the player. So these pieces kind of work together as bits and pieces of a bigger machine, and hopefully, if it doesn't make sense now, it'll make sense as it kind of gets fleshed out later. And that's where we are today. We're working on connecting together the raft algorithm with the actual journal or log of state changes to the game so that it can be replicated across the whole cluster. Once that basic replication machinery is done, I'll actually define actual game objects and we'll be able to build it. Build the game, yay! I think I'm gonna be wrapping up now because I'm way past 4 hours. So I actually got pretty far. So I didn't do some of these optimization things. I had written down in my notes that we can save bandwidth by not including log entries while trying to find the starting point. We can append empty ones to find the starting point. And the follower can help by including a term of the conflicting entry. I didn't do any of these. The white paper talks about that you could do them, but the author didn't feel like it was really strictly necessary. So technically I have all this covered, but I could do this if I wanted to make it more efficient. So I'm going to say that we got to that point. Oh, actually we did this too. Yeah, so we did everything down to rolling back log entries. So that means tomorrow what I'll probably do is finish up by doing entry rollback. Oh, and I even did this. We did retransmissions. So let me move that up. Say we did that. Come on. Move. There we go. We did everything but rolling back log entries and doing the some of this performance improvement. So I might work on that tomorrow. Or I might just finish up rolling back log entries and actually integrate it into the game server. And then I got to start to think about what kind of state objects we want to start with. I don't want to throw together the entire system in one shot. I want to kind of do it one piece at a time so that it's doable in pieces. So I'll think about that. I'm glad you think it sounds cool. I think it sounds cool too. It's fun working on this stuff. And when you're watching me, you shouldn't assume that I'm an expert in any of this stuff. I know some things and I don't know other things. And I learn as I'm going, both... Oh, thanks for the follow, Sword Beta. I learn as I go from you guys, also from just making mistakes and then realizing the mistakes and fixing them. A lot of the stuff I'm doing with Lambda functions, for example, I learned on stream just by failing so many times. I was looking at this code earlier. The idea that when you have a Lambda function that you return, that this context needs to be shareable through a shared pointer and not some kind of like this or stack object. I learned all that stuff on stream just by screwing up and figuring it out by analyzing the crashes. So combination of figuring out on stream, stuff I already knew, and then feedback from you guys, which I always appreciate. So yeah, if you enjoyed today, tomorrow I'll be finishing up this by handling journal entry rollback, and then I'll probably, if I don't do this optimization stuff, I'll probably be integrating this into the actual server. So the coordinator will actually be appending to the real journal. I think one of the first things I wanted to do with the real journal entries is do the reconfiguration stuff. Or, I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Reconfiguration is kind of complicated. I'll think about it. What are some fun side projects? I had some ideas. Oh, thanks for the follow, Florian. Here's some ideas I had for side projects, although I had thought to make these off stream and just make like a cool coding tip of the day and have these as different YouTube videos. But some of the stuff I do on stream all the time anyway that people ask me about, like how to use that's misspelled. No, it's spelled correct. Unique or standard pointer, or standard shared pointer. Actually, that's not true. Unique pointer to turn a non-RAII object into one. Pimple pattern, concrete versus public API. So these are maybe some side demonstrations I could go through. But when I have more of my game, I expect to have lots of side projects like doing art, doing story design, making tools. But right now, I really have to focus on getting this basic server infrastructure set up. I need to have at least something for every component before I can really have a lot of freedom to pick and choose different sub-projects. All right, so again, my schedule usually Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. So in the meantime, I have got a Discord. If you want to, two things there, right? There's an announcements channel that I try to post to like a little bit before I start streaming. And I try to put together the plan in advance, so you'll see a new page get created for 92. And if there's any questions or chat off stream, there's also a coding channel there. We haven't started using it yet, but I've seen other streamers have the similar thing, and it's kind of useful. So there's that. And I'm gonna check off stream right now to see who else is streaming that we can go host. Okay, so everyone who's streaming now, I've hosted except for Lumpy Touch. I haven't hosted him in a while. This will be something completely different. So, Lumpy Touch is a pixel artist. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Actually, Mr. Muffles, are you about to stream soon? I can host you. Otherwise, I'm going to host Lumpy Touch. He's a pixel artist, and I watch him because I need to get better at pixel art, and I pick up things here and there by watching pixel artists. Yes, happy holidays. If you're Mr. Muffles, if you're going to stream soon, I will host you. Otherwise, I'm going to pass it on to Lumpy Touch. Well, I'll give a shout out. Mr. Muffles, when he streams, he's working on a Metroidvania style game in Unity. He might be on vacation, though. I'm doing well, and I hope you're doing well too, Mr. Muffles. I'm waiting a little bit to see what you might say. If you're going to be streaming soon, I'll hold off and host you. You haven't been, are you, oh, so you're not streaming this week. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm sorry you came in right at the end. I'm getting really tired, so I'm going to pass things over to Lumpy. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by.